Hello, everybody. How you doing? Welcome, Grumpy. Congratulations, on the fact, whatever that means. Come after last. Well, hopefully. Well, I don't know if hopefully, but if you're the last person, this is gonna be a really intimate stream between the three of us. Where's this coming from, Master? I don't have friends. I have people I vaguely know because friends. Is this something you experienced recently? And you got that 50 stream streak. Let's go. Grumpy. What are the chat rules? Well, essentially, there's like not too many rules, but it is sort of required that we leave space for everybody here, right? And that we behave like in a um, really safe way, so people can be vulnerable here, and so therefore, like no judgment and just like asking questions in a way where there's like room to disagree and respect the feelings of other people. So I don't know, for example, if somebody is like talking about how tough that day was, then maybe like not, like what is my camera frozen by the way? Like to me my camera is frozen. I think the camera is frozen. Wait, let me see if I can fix it. Yeah. Okay, that was pretty easy. I don't know why that happened, but let's hope it was the last time it happened. Um, yeah. So I don't know if somebody explains something like really vulnerable and really sad, for example, like coming in with um the, I don't know, just something like really conflicting where you like don't match the vibe at all, like that can sort of like seem dismissive as well. So just being a bit sensitive to and aware of what the people are like going through, what the mood of the chat is right now. I think that's honestly like the only things like we can talk about like anything. So like no topic um is like uh banned or whatever. It just requires like for some topics it requires a certain sensitivity to talk about them, right? So, for example, we had some people who didn't understand why people commit suicide. And I think this is actually like a question which makes a lot of sense, right? Like, if you haven't been in that situation, you probably don't understand. So, that question in itself is, for example, like it's entirely fine. But if you phrase that question in a way where you sort of like make statements about people having suicidal ideations, like, oh, like they're all like whiny ass bitches or something, like then it's not fine again anymore. Like there is sort of like, there's a normal way to talk about things, and then there's a way how you like dismiss the experience of other people. So but I think like any person who's sort of like a bit like socially intelligent sort of knows that difference. But yeah, also like we talked about what is my camera doing? I'm gonna check the cables. Right. Okay, now it's stuck. Okay. I mean, that it was stuck again means I sort of did something, right? So let's hope that actually fixes it. Thank you so much for the follow. So yeah, there's also like a like a panel sort of explaining the chat rules a little bit more below the stream. But yeah. So welcome, welcome, Stroke and Medio and Yengo. How are you guys doing? I had a talk with my friends and they say I don't want to be happy, so I told them they didn't want to support me. Told them to walk out the door. Come, they just want to shit on. The hard boundary. I will not let them shit about me. Don't to listen. Yeah. So how is there like any sort of feedback already? Like, did anybody like come back saying sorry or something like this, or did anybody just leave and you don't know if there's gonna be any sort of way to fix things? And how did that start? But that must be quite hard. As hi, Talon. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Artang. How's it going? Great. Also, I started a new hobby. Kind of questionable, but I started writing smart stories. All right. To each their own, I guess. I don't. I'm really unsure actually how smart stories, um, like if that has any sort of like anything to do or is anywhere in the area of like porn addiction. Um, so I'm not sure if that's sort of the same area or not. Ooh, what type of public holiday is it? Greetings from Germany. Ja, moin moin. Willkommen, willkommen. Greetings back. Thank you for the follow. I left and I will be alone the rest of my life. Just stupid. I don't deserve anyone. The limbo of being proud of setting a boundary and understand can be quite hard to like deal, I guess, with the backlash of making the right decision, right? I mean, especially if you're a person who doesn't have many friends, even shitty friends were like did something, right? And then just especially like if you have abandonment fear, sometimes it's like easier to have somebody around even if they're not really no, even if it's not really a healthy relationship than having nobody around. And I think it makes a lot of sense, Asta, right? With your upbringing and stuff. But in a way, I think, I feel like you know yourself that you don't have to be alone the rest of your life and that you do deserve proper friends. Even if they're like sort of, if your sort of negative intrusive thoughts are are telling you something else, and even if the auditory hallucinations are telling you something else. And I think there's like this maybe you can call it like naive hope or idealism, but I feel like clinging on to that might not be a bad idea. Just sort of for till you know, find some other people. Because if you end up not putting yourself out there, right, then I don't know, you don't have a chance of getting to know. Amusing way I found you. I saw your Prominence 2 video on YouTube and I drew my attention to your immigrated video. I often thought about it. Damn! Let's go. That is actually quite funny. Yeah, the Minecraft videos are doing the best on my channel. Like, there's also like, I don't know if you've seen like all the VODs of the streams here. I put them on YouTube so like people can like, look like talks up they've been enjoying and sort of like want to come back to later on. Um, but yeah. They're not performing well considering they're just like unedited VODs. Thank you, Raka. Hmm. Um, you had auditory hallucinations till Saturday and didn't sleep. Mm, that's that's really tough. You know, have some grace for yourself. In a way, I feel like what you know a lot of stuff about yourself already, right? And you know how your body works and how, for example, these auditory hallucinations work and how these inner voices work, right? And I think you remember maybe when back when we talked about uh, oh, this is actually just the right thing. Back when we talked about each person's sort of needs they need to have fulfilled, otherwise like things are going downhill, you know. We especially know that things are going downhill, like if you have like more of like fragile mental health. If you're, for example, or like actually it's like for everybody, like even if your mental health is good, then it's going worse. But I mean, for the people who are like more volatile in that sense, it's like a bigger impact, right? Um, but I don't know if you remember when that we talked about, for example, like physical exhaustion being a factor where all of these symptoms you have, which are sort of like symbolizing that your mental health is like on the downhill sort of way, right? Are gonna get worse if you're like physically exhausted. For example, when you spend more time on like dopamine draining things, for example, like social media or addictions, if like for women more prominent but also can be a thing for men is like when your hormones are out of bound, right, and not like as you're used to them. And then if you're tired because you're like sleep deprivation, if your food or like nutrition is not the best, so for example if you have been like eating like fast food for the last week or something and your body is like really like not doing well because your stomach and your intestines and like all the nutritions you need, there's so many nutritions you didn't get, so your body needs to sort of like is halfway in survival mode, like trying to get these nutritions from somewhere. And then at the same time maybe like you have uh like the irritated like bowel syndrome, and then you're like your bowel is going to be like super irritated, right? Or for example, if you had like no sun and are lacking vitamin D, if you haven't been in nature at all, if yeah, if you have like problems in your social circle or you don't have that like you don't socialize as normal, or if you did like no exercise at all and your body is sort of like dying, right? Um, so it's just a way where like knowing this, it makes a lot of sense why your voices are louder now, right? But it's not really a way of like they're louder now because they're right? And they I don't know, like they know what's going on or that there's like more sort of evidence to what they're saying, right? They are louder because of the circumstances you are in and because the circumstances make you like more tired. less easy to like fight against them, right? It can be in the sun, but my body doesn't store the vitamin D, and that's why I take. Oh, that's a lot of vitamin D. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. But I think if you have these things in the back of your mind, maybe that's gonna help you deal with these voices, right? And deal with the negative self-talk you have. Because you know it's not the case that it's more true now, and that's why it's louder, right? But it's the case that you're more tired. Your body is in a less optimal state than before, and that's why they get louder. Like, it's not based on how much evidence they have or how valid they are. Hi, Blue Striker. Welcome, welcome. Depending on your auto mod held message, we're, by the way, like LGBTQ plus, like supportive, right? Just to make sure you know. Yes. It's like super connected. So, you know, don't don't take it too much to heart because yeah, it's not based on really like reality or more facts or more evidence. It's really honestly just based on your head is in a worse space, in a worse headspace, and that's why more of these thoughts and sort of your mind shifts in a more negative direction. But you don't need to believe it. It's not really warning you from anything. Like it's essentially it's based in fear, but the advice it gives is not really helpful. No, I understand. I think, in a way you need to take what's useful from these voices and leave what's not useful, right? I got the last message, Mirandex. I'm sorry I didn't like say it out loud. I was like thinking about it, and but then the next thought like instantly catched me. I just wanted to like focus on Esther for a second and then come back to your message. But I should have like clearly said it. My bad. Exactly, Medio. Like a lot of like when I had like really bad mental health, I was struggling with like negative self-talk and depression and stuff like this. Um, I always thought that I can believe the reality I perceive. I always thought that the way I sort of like my logic works and the way I interpret things would make sense. And I thought that my logic, if I base it on more like objective things, would be really deterministic. Like, really, like A happened and B is the outcome, and this is the reality. But the thing is, if you put a not depressed person, like, or the same person in a non depressed state versus a depressed state in the same room and let it interpret the room and like all those different like stimuli in the room the same, the result is going to be entirely different. So, based on your mental state, based on how your body feels as well, you will perceive reality different. You will judge reality different, especially, for example, the safety of the reality you are in right now. This is why, for example, if you come into an argument with a person, right, with a partner or with a friend, with a person which matters to you, In the beginning, maybe the argument seems really superficial, but if you get into like a downward spiral into that argument, you might have noticed or like lived through this yourself that at the end of this, you're like, everything is shit, and this person is like so toxic, and oh my god, I can't imagine how I've ever been friends with them. But once you get out of that situation, you cool down a day later, maybe two, maybe just a few hours or a few minutes later, depending on like how fast you're able to cool down from this, right? But then you probably see the situation entirely different. And this is really like we feel like we can always believe how we see reality, and we believe in sort of like an objective reality you can try to perceive in like if you have like good self-awareness and stuff like this. But you really can't. Like if your body feels really shit, you won't interpret things the same way. Like if you have stomach pain, if you have headache and you try to interpret something, the calculations going on in your mind are entirely different, right? Because you're already like you're using so much energy. Like the way your body interprets, okay, like how much energy can I still spend? How much pain can I still take? All of this is going to change. Like if you feel cold, the way you touch things and like the sensation you get is going to feel different. Like the heat of something is going to feel different, the cold of something is going to feel different. Sometimes you can't even properly like feel the texture of something if you're cold. And this is with everything. Like everything of us is super influenced by how the needs of it are fulfilled. So, for example, if we're hungry, we're way more likely to eat the most random bullshit than if we're not hungry. Because the calculation entirely changes, like the priorities change. So, if you're in a state where your body feels like we need to survive, your priority is going to change. It's too cold to go for a long walk, and that makes me really sad because outside makes me lose my. Hmm. Maybe you can invest in one of these like really long jackets. You know which one I mean? That's like these like puffer jackets, which are really like nearly down to the floor. Like maybe that could be a thing because if like going outside and going for a walk is something which like really helps you and is one of the like best strategies to cool yourself down, invest in something which makes that possible. And for example, if you think that it's more about the exercise, you could invest in a gym membership and then like just walk on the like treadmill, right? If you already know, like, no, it's really like the nature stuff, then for example, like a thicker jacket or something, like something which lets you do this. You can also, of course, always try different types of emotional regulation exercises, right? Like going for a long walk in nature, I think like this is like a very universally known um, thing to calm down. But for some people, it's also like a thing of like just being in a quiet room, which is rather dark. I think that's probably not as useful for you with auditory hallucination. Mm. For some people, it can also just be like going into the city and walking through the city center, right? Can't eliminate the fact that our experience is subjective. What you think or what you feel, don't change. Exactly. And it's not even only subjective in the way that like my neighbor is going to see this different than me, but it's really like even within like the experience of ourselves, it can change day by day, hour per hour. It can change like this. If something happens which is triggering you, this is essentially like a change like this. And then it just, you know, takes off. Walking with my dog, I can dress for the cold, but my dog can't. I see. I don't know how. Hmm. I don't know how comfortable your dog is, but I've seen sort of people who, for example, have like a backpack pouch thing for their dog, where they can like put the dog in, like not able to like walk further anymore. Or there's like, yeah, or like dog jackets. But okay, well, if she tears that one up, then yikes. But yeah, I mean, maybe uh, sort of like smaller walk will do something at least for you, you know? Maybe you can start with that one and then see if that already took off the edge, you know? And then you can like stay home a bit, like let her like warm up again and then like go again for a small walk. And hi Ash, welcome, welcome. But try, yeah, try to look for something you can do for yourself, Asta. Oh, she's 25 kilo. Oh, well, okay. Hmm. Oh, well. But it's crazy that she gets too cold. Like, I would think that like a Malinois would be like, because they're like so sporty, right? That they could like, keep themselves warm, maybe. Hi, Phoenix. Welcome, welcome. People out there in mind did it. People we could avoid some problems. Like knowing, oh, this person is saying these things because they are in this state of mind, not focus on super surface level topics of. Well, the thing is, like, sometimes that helps, right? But sometimes people are also like, when they like talk about these like superficial surface level topics in an argument, they're not really aware themselves that they are in this state of mind. So when you then sort of like, um, in a way, like put that out there, they might not be ready to actually like see that. At the same time, it's definitely a thing where like it's essentially like a little bit under the like have you ever heard of mentalizing? Because that's sort of like what you talk about, and it's a really great skill. And that one you actually like with that like the sort of I guess the recommendation how to try and get other people to mentalize is actually mentalize yourself. So mentalizing is essentially like putting yourself in the shoes of the other person and exactly sort of thinking like this, like sort of like trying to understand why they're so angry right now and trying to understand the logic behind that. And then it's like easier to talk about these things, right? Um, but I think honestly, the more I guess the easier um way in to use this in a social setting is just to believe others. Like you don't need to believe them about uh like about yourself, but believe them how they see reality, if that makes sense. Like if some person says like you suck so much, like don't believe them in the way that you're like, oh no, I suck so much, but believe them that this is what they think, that this is actually what they think. Like they don't only say this to like piss you off, but believe them that this is what they think. Because there's so many situations where we like argue about whether something is true or not, whether even though it's really just this is true for them and that won't really change if we just find like a counter argument because yeah, like usually, like you say, it's more about the like sort of what is the like logic behind it and like the feelings behind it, which you can't like outsmart just in an argument like this. Like if you're in an argument where there's emotions involved, it's really about the emotion. It's not much about what is being said. So if you then can address the emotions, but not really in a way of like, oh, I see you're like doing this and whatever, like you in that like worse state of mind, but more like really in a way of like, oh, I see you're angry with me and you seem to feel like really unsafe. What can I do for you right now? Like how can we fix that? Yeah, there's a video on mentalizing. So tiny up there. Huh. Oh, okay. This is like a video on mentalizing. A good one. Okay, let me. Okay, so someone who has lost good friends, the question to ask is why your friends generally shitting on you, or are they just bad at communication and are frustrated with your attack? Because if it's the latter, then that can be changed. With level heads, you will get a lot. If they are hating on you for the sake of it, that's when you walk away. 'Cause telling someone they are being negative, we both, but it's important to know which one is it. Yeah, it's definitely a very, I don't know, like with all relationships, right? It can be very complicated really quick. Mm. Nice, chronology. I'm glad for you. I hope it's gonna go well. I mean, just because she has like short hair doesn't really mean she's gonna get cold, right? Like as far as I'm concerned, the codes are sort of different, and cold is like for dogs, I think like easier to actually like hold through as for humans. How were you able to ground yourself? Chronology. Hmm. Ah, I see, Esther. Okay, so okay, I get it. Like 4 hours is actually quite long. Would you say mentalizing can be double-edged sword? Like, do you believe there are malignant people who can use that for manipulation purposes? I mean, of course, people can use sort of insight into other people for like manipulation purposes, but it's not like they're gonna wait. Like, it's not like they need to know the term mentalizing to manipulate you. Like people who learn manipulation usually learn it in childhood from like either peers or their parents. So it's not really a thing where like you don't manipulate people all your life and then you read like one book and now all of a sudden you like start manipulating people. That's usually not really how it starts. Hi, Habib. Welcome. Hi, Ellie. How are you doing today? Is today better than yesterday? I read your messages in Discord. So, did sleeping work? Sometimes you have to choose whether you want to be the friend or the figure. I don't always have both. You can get the respect from consistency, be there for someone. Hmm. I honestly think being the parental figure is a really double-edged sword. Um, because at the same time, like some people need that. Yeah, I understand. But they need it because they lack the skills of being a healthy adult themselves. And that's something they should really learn because otherwise they're going to be dependent on you. Like the sort of the relationship of parent-child, right, is essentially um it's a dependent relationship. Like the child is dependent on the parent. And at some point, your parent should like let you go, and then there's like less dependency, hopefully, and it turns more into like a friend type relationship. Um, but I think you can be a friend and also help your friend and guide your friend and give your friend like really sound advice. Like it doesn't you don't need to like friends don't need to be like useless if that makes sense. Um it's just with like the parent child dynamic technically means that your parent is like sort of like needs to give you like all of your needs and like meet your needs because they decided to get that kid, right? Like it was sort of like they signed up for that uh yeah for this whole ordeal. And you as a kid, you can't do stuff alone. So there's just things where like they need to do them for you. Like there's no other option really. But like as an adult, there's like I'm sort of worried about the term of like, oh, like yeah, you can be the parent for some of your friends. Like I don't think that's I feel like we're like like depending on like how you really like mean that, right? The possibility is quite high that we're talking about a dependent relationship, um, which can lead to a lot of problems. Uh, Sorry, Lapino, but we need like English or German in this stream. Otherwise, we can't make sure if your messages are like, like are okay or not. So, can I? How does? Oh my god. I took them away already. I took them away already. It's fine. I didn't know that was the button for that. How do you delete single messages? Drag to. Can you not delete single messages anymore? Anyways, mostly been sleeping all Saturday and Sunday. Stable. I'm glad, Ellie. Click on the message and delete message. I don't have that button. Like I tried it, but I don't have it. I just have the like ban and timeout and stuff. So no, I don't have that button. Maybe I need to go to I can't be bothered. I don't know, it's gonna be fine, probably. So, um, Mirandex, are you still here? Because then I would like read your message now. Okay. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hey, great. I have some news about my situation. I had an incredible week, and on Friday, my ex sent me a message. And I thought, oh, she sent something like, sorry for what I said to you, or sorry for this month that I was really distant. But guess what? She sent a lot of messages blaming me for breakup with her and calling me child insensitive and saying that I will not have a good relationship in my life. After almost 2 weeks and that, well, it's exactly really classic. What do you think about my last message? Is a way to blame me and trying to put me down, or is she just mad for the breakup? Um, I feel like I don't like, I'm not really like, usually, even when other people want to put you down, it's really about their own bad emotions, right? And they can't have you feeling better than them. Um, and they think it's like unfair that you feel better, and that's why they like then put you down. Um, so I feel like since you didn't have any contact, it's probably more of a situation of like, um, they feel shitty right now and they need to let it out on somebody. And or like they want to let it out on somebody. It's not like they would need to, but apparently they can't really handle those emotions, and that's why they let it out on somebody. And you were the number one nominated person for that. So I don't know, unless there's like really like specific things in there, like specific actual sort of like critique which makes sense and comes from a point of not sort of like just hating on you, but also just like, hey, like that would be good if you would fix that sort of. Um I don't know, like you can always think about that yourself, right? Like what she said, and sort of think about if that's like true or not, and if you think that can lead to problems or not. Um but if you like read through these messages and you're like, I thought about this, like that was not entirely like that was really not the case, you know? And this is not how I really understand that. And it's also nothing which like other people say about you as well, you know, where it's like you notice like, oh, like I really thought like this is not me, but now it turns into a pattern. So if there's no pattern and you don't think this about you, then yeah, she's probably just feels shit and doesn't know how else to deal with her emotions. Um Oh no, it's definitely not a try to fix the relationship. For sure not. I would not in hell take this as a motivation to come back to that person. Like, if anything, you can take that as like, oh, I really thought like maybe I did the wrong decision in actually breaking up. And now being like, well, seems like I did well. Seems like breaking up was actually a really smart decision because turns out this person is like this, you know? So yeah. Like, I think, like, knowing this, you know, like, how this makes you feel, how this message makes you feel. And, um, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. So that's good. But I think I would ban her contact. Like delete her number, ban her on WhatsApp, whatever. Because you have loved this person at some point, and apparently they're not a person who you can trust with that responsibility. So I would just delete them out of my life, essentially. Just ban them, not have contact to them anymore. Nine cooking pans. I have three. Works fine. So, what did you think you need to do with that message, Mirandex? Because you seem sort of clear about how you think about this message. So, is there anything like, I feel like it would be interesting to know why you brought it up here in the stream. Not because like, this is not coming from a point like, oh, you wasted my time, but this is coming from a point of like, there might be some something like sort of next to the topic, but not specifically this message, which would be worth talking about. Thank you for the follow and welcome. I mean, Asta, if you think this is like gonna be like super worth it, like go for it. Like I'm not gonna tell you how to spend your money or how to don't. So so were you sort of like doubting whether like any of this is true and you deserved it in some way? Grumpy always comes with the most messages. Hi Joro, welcome, welcome. Hola, welcome. How you doing, Daniel? Why can I give other people good tips and things I can do, but I can't follow it myself? Well, the thing is, sometimes we don't believe in tips we have to do, right? So it's more like, why don't you do it? Like, do you not believe in the tips? Do you maybe not believe that you're worth this effort and that you're worth getting better? Do you maybe not want to change your situation because this situation you know? And the next one you might not. Maybe you don't follow it because you don't have the energy. There's a lot of worthwhile explanations and circumstances. I think this is honestly like for everybody in a bad headspace, right? But I feel like we just need to prove our brain wrong in those moments. We need to cling to the hope and idealism, the belief that there is something better, and just risk it and do it even though our brain tells us that it's stupid or hopeless or not worth, right? Hi Judith, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Fluffy. That's a very good reminder. It's really cold outside though, so I'm not gonna like out like long. Hmm. Okay, there's enough. This is what I need. I thought my friends were better than made me really shaky. I understand. I mean, maybe you can learn something from it. Much snow. Okay. Mirandex, do you still have an answer to that sort of question? There's like any doubts about whether you might deserve that or not, or whether something she said is true? I really struggle to let people in and to trust them, so I don't want to learn that people are really people. I mean, I don't think that's true, right? Like, even if you had a bad experience with those friends now, I don't think this applies to all people, right? Because otherwise, I would be horrible, and everybody in chat would be horrible as well. Because we're also people, right? So I don't know. I don't think it's. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of people which we don't really click with, and which don't really understand what we're going through, right? I mean, if you're sort of like worried about believing, like losing hope and like not believing in people anymore, I feel like honestly, like trying to mentalize with your friends could be an idea. Like trying to understand the logic where they're coming from, like trying to understand why they're saying what they're saying. Because most people don't say it to hurt others, but it's just collateral damage, really. dealing with some physical health problems for 3 months now, and I'm just feeling helpless. Hmm. What type of physical health problems do you have, Joro? If you want to share, you don't need to. Welcome back, Ali. Welcome, Corrupted. I don't really know. When I think about it all, I have some doubts because everyone's saying you love someone, you need to try and be there for her. But I think in this 4 months, I lost myself. I think we say that. Um, we say that because this is like a really simplified version, right? Mirandex. But this is not really like if you love someone, you need to try and be there for them. It's not really meant for the case of a person where like this is meant for like a normal relationship, like the couple like loves each other, you know, and like I don't know, like she got like sick, and then you should be there for her. Like it's meant in like a normal, like a really really normal circumstance. It's not really meant for this, you know, like for the edge cases. It's not very good. Like generalized statements are really like if they don't include a way how to work like really individually, they're usually just not a really good representation once you go out of the classic movie scenario. All right, Fluffy. See you next time, and wish you a beautiful day as well. By the way, you have like an exam today, or like something I thought you had today where you thought you couldn't join the stream actually. Or is that only next week on Monday? Oh no, that was next week. Don't feel like I should make the first move because then I let them see it. I mean, I don't mean make the first move, but mentalizing you can do on your own, right, Asta? Like just try to like I mean, you're the only person who knew what they like specifically said, right, and how that situation sort of like came to be. So really just like sit down and try to think about how like how their statements can make sense. Like what needs to be true for these statements to sort of make sense? And is there a situation where you understand how they got to the point that they said those things? I think following one's own tips is difficult because you're stuck inside your own skin, and some distance it's easier to see and give advice. It's more difficult if you're too close. I mean, definitely you did. Like, that's a big thing. The other big thing is if you give advice, you don't have to do it, right? Like, you're not the person who, like, it's always easy to be like, yeah, just go out there, you know, like, meet some new people, find some new friends. And I can easily say this because if I say this to you, right, like I'm not the person who needs to be vulnerable and brave and like combat their like social anxiety, maybe to like start a conversation, then be in this awkward space where you think, like, oh, I should, but what do I say? And, you know, like it's just sort of it's the same like oh you should run a marathon, you know, that's really easy to say because you're not the person who needs to run the marathon. So I think that's also like the big second part of this. Like we can give advice easily because there is no work attached to it. There's no effort attached to it. And so like the sort of energy it takes to give advice is like minimal, right? the energy it takes to actually do something is really, really big. So while the solution might be, yeah, just go out there, find some new friends, like saying it is like always within our energy sort of expenditure for the day. Doing it might not be within the energy we have for a day. Let's go, Ellie. 3 stream streak. I'm just careful telling anyone further. My father and his best friend fell out over feeding his dog. It was the argument at the time, but realistically, the issue was he had just lost his job and was extremely frustrated at the time. But too much was said, they didn't speak for like a decade. As a kid, I didn't understand the nuance of relationships. I saw dad's friend on the train one time and I hid from him because I thought all relationships were black and white. When I told my dad about this, he asked about him and doing. That was sad that I didn't speak to him. So I learned that not everything's black and white. Years later, they ran into each other and started talking to each other like nothing had happened. Like no one is an argument away from each other. One day we will never know when, but one day we would have forgiven each other. This requires the universe to spontaneously have us in the same place at the same time. I mean, if we want to leave it up to the universe, then for sure. Unfortunately, he only got another year with each other's company before dad's friend found out he had terminal cancer. And at the end, the friend couldn't find the words to tell dad that he was dying. Just asked dad to visit him in hospital and died the next day. Was dad's best friend for life, someone that will never be replaceable. So the point I'm making is forever isn't forever. You need to value the right people and try not to bail for trivial things. Yeah. I think this is though why I really don't like to leave things to the universe. Like they might have like never met again, right? Like if one of them would have been brave enough to start talking to the other person again, they could have fixed the whole thing before. And yeah. So this is really yeah, it can cost you a lot to not speak up about something. The reason I say the universe is because you never know when the other person has worked out their baggage. I mean, if there's no way, for sure, like then that person just needs space and stuff like this. But if it would just require like a vulnerable, open communication, just like one cup of tea. But this is also like what this also shows is how sad it can be if you're not able to open up to others, right? Like was no possibility to talk about the lost job or even being like having like terminal cancer and dying. And I honestly think that's really sad because otherwise they could have gotten their goodbye they actually sort of wanted. And I don't know, you can have way like deeper connections if you open up to each other. And then you also like sometimes don't even need to wait until the other person like worked out their baggage, right? Because you can help them. Because you know of that baggage. And you can like agree to find a way how to work with it. If we take my best friend and I as example, that's purely why I say the universe. I mean, I feel like with your best friend and you, it's not really the universe, right? Because you still want to have stuff to do with your friend, but your friend doesn't want to have stuff to do with you. So it's not the universe, it's your friend, right? Like you're essentially waiting for that person who put the boundary down in terms of like, no, I don't want anything to do with you anymore, to either like change their mind or be open to a conversation again, right? So I just want to like, I think it's sort of important to be aware of this. Like I know that like saying it's the universe sounds nicer. Um I don't think that's the case though, right? And I feel like, for example, like with your dad, if it was a situation or it sounds like a situation where both of them essentially just walked away from each other and didn't want to talk to each other anymore, like for them, both people could have reached out the entire time, but they didn't. Like it needed the universe for them to meet each other at a neutral spot to be able to talk to each other again. So, like sometimes it's about timing for sure. And then it's about, yeah, people like working out their baggage. There's a lot of situation where the timing is so late or might never come because we don't work on our baggage, right? Because we leave that up to the universe as well. Like sometimes we don't fit together and then we like everybody for a few years has their own life and you work through certain things, you change, and then you meet each other again. It's an entirely different constellation, and then it works all of a sudden, even though before it didn't work, right? But yeah, there's also just situations where the thing which is not working is like could be changed and like could be changed just like from somebody, right? And it's not really like about the universe, but it's more like, will you put that effort in? Like, will you try to gain that knowledge? Will you be brave and vulnerable to put yourself out there and get over this? Or will you die like that? Like, there's a lot of old people dying completely ignorant. There's a lot of old people who don't die like that. And it was not just, oh yeah, but like God didn't like was on the side of one of them, right? And the other person wasn't. Um, but it's really just like, are you open for change? Like, do you try to change? Like, do you see problems and then try to find a solution? Or do you try to put like everything under the carpet and just adjust your life to not be confronted with any of the problems? Agreed can't be changed, but I also can't say to her, you must change. No, no, no. That's exactly what I mean. Like, this is like, it's up to her. Like, you already said you would be there to talk. As long as she doesn't want to, there's nothing you can do. But it's not up to the universe if that's going to happen or not. It's up to her if that's going to happen or not. Like, this is what I mean. Like, with some people, it won't work. With other people, it might. But it's not really like up to the universe. It's up to like, it's because of those people and they're different. You know what I mean? And we can, like, this is also important because, and I want to make this point very clear, because some people die having no friends, okay? And no social life and really a shitty life. Some people don't. The difference is not the universe. The difference is if they are able to see problems and overcome them or not. Like if they're able to adapt and adjust or not. That's really the difference. And sometimes God, like, or a belief, a religion can help people to have that strength to change or to get that motivation, or maybe to just find a community where they are supported to be able to battle this change, right? And get over it. But it's not a way where, like, a God, not even God can make you change. Like, you have to choose it for yourself. I also know there's a real chance I will never see her again. I know, but without a push, it's not going to happen because I know how stubborn we both are. I don't like. Is that the situation? No, like from what I know, Indiana John, this situation is like you tried to reach out to her and did your very best, and she has a heart wall, and it's like, no, I don't want to. Fuck off. It doesn't seem like you need a push. It seems like she needs to get over some problems. And you can't make her. Like, not even with a push, not even if you were to throw her down the stairs. Like, there's no level of pushing you can make someone change if they don't want to. Right? Like, not even a religion can change that. Like, it's really like either she changes and then you might be able to be compatible again in the future, or she doesn't, and then it's not going to happen, right? But it's like, it's really up to her. And then also at the end, like to you, if you want to engage in that sort of relationship again, right? Where like till then that happens, like you might have already found some other friends, right? You're like entirely happy with. And then she hits you up again and you're like, you know what? Like, no, I actually don't want to be, I don't want to be attached to the drama anymore, actually. So it's like, I don't know, like from how I understood it, it's not really that you need a push, I think. No? Like sort of how you explained it. I didn't understand it like this. Like I understood it like you sent her a bunch of messages and she's like not interested. It will eventually calm down, but till then no one will know. Yeah, exactly. But I don't think it's like I mean, I technically wouldn't reach out. That would be my personal decision and sort of opinion on this. Because I feel like a friendship is always two-sided. And if I put so much effort in already, and I know that the friendship is like the existence of the friendship is entirely only dependent on me, the friendship is not healthy. So I would wait for her to hit me up. Because I'm like, only then I can be sure that she apparently is able to take up more responsibility now, to make this friendship turn into something which is a healthy and non-dependent relationship. You can, if you know her so well, and you know, like, in half a year, like, this is gonna be over, you can text her in half a year again. If you, like, still think about this and you still think, like, this is something you want, you can text her again. If she, like, banned you till then, or, like, how do you say this? Like, if she, like, blocked you till then, well, you can't. But then it's also, like, a valid choice, right? Like, we can't force other people to like us. So, yeah, it's a thing where, like, yeah, but we're not waiting for the universe. Like, we're waiting for her. If she has that insight, right? I'm, like, corrupted. Every time you say this, I'm, like, so worried for the next months for you. Like, if it's already that bad now, like, ooh. Welcome to the chat. I can absolutely not say your name. I'm really sorry. But yeah, Huggies corrupted. Big Huggies. What type of news do you have, Gray? Were you able to sleep properly? And welcome, welcome. Hi, Nutmeg, by the way. Mental health is extremely important. You're very correct. And how are you doing? And welcome to the stream. And sure, not sure what the cause is yet, but something immune system related. I'm developing a different infection almost weekly. Also caused inner ear problems that has made me dizzy and off balance the whole. Oh my god, that sounds really, really annoying and super volatile as well. Is there like anything the doctors can do, Joro? Because like, I don't know, like it seems like it can cause like technically like anything, really. And just sort of like on a whim. Which sounds really, really tough. Also to just like plan your life having that. The universe can't like I really hate this the universe talk. Bro. It's something where I'm like, if we rely on the universe, we're gonna end up in a ditch. Okay, we're not like if it's like if we're talking the universe doesn't want us to survive. Okay, like the universe put us on this earth, and it's like everybody for themselves. You know, like if we rely on the universe, we're not gonna have food or anything. Okay, like we're just gonna die in a ditch. Like this is universe. So the only thing the universe can give is essentially negative motivation because it can either make you like be like work really hard because otherwise you don't have food or shelter or something like this. Because there is like needs you need to have fulfilled and it's not free. Um but the thing is with like it's not like she's gonna live life, right? And she's gonna live life the entire time. And there is I also, with that saying of like universe, we are taking the responsibility and autonomy away from her and putting it on the universe. Like, oh, she's going to change because the universe makes her. Why? She is choosing to change or she is choosing not to change. You're not ignorant by not making choices. You have made choices leading you to the point of ignorance. Like being, for example, like emotional unavailable or just sort of like not having friends and stuff like this. You have made choices bringing you to that point in your life. So, respecting that autonomy, she's making choices every day. Not talking to you, not sending you a message, putting that boundary down are all choices she's making. How she behaves around her friends, how open she is, if she takes responsibility herself or not, all of that are like choices she's making. So with every choice, there's consequences, right? So essentially, with every choice, she has the possibility to change and choose different. Just because she doesn't like the consequences of her choices, like the results of her choices. So, for some people, uh, it might be hard to make other choices because there's like a lot they lived through and stuff like this, where it's just hard to overcome the fears attached to these choices. But then there's, even though all of that is maybe sort of like a thing where this would take a lot, they still have a lot of easy choices. So, for example, seeking out therapy is a choice. If you can't just seek out therapy, maybe talking to a friend or not about this and having them sort of be like, hey, take therapy is a choice. Maybe talking to your GP and just being open to them saying, like, could this be something mentally? And then just not saying no, but saying yes is a choice. Like, there's so many choices we make the entire time. We have a lot of autonomy and a lot of responsibility. Where we end up in our life is depending on our choices. And for children, we say this is like whatever choice you make, like we don't expect you to make good choices, and that's like entirely fine. For adults, we have that category of like, if you were in a situation where like violence was a thing, we're gonna like we understand that the result is gonna be like sort of trying to stay alive first and then other things. And like depending on your information level, we can't really expect from somebody to overcome that fear of death, right? And then we have a whole bunch of choices where we entirely understand how people make them. And well, we're just like, we don't judge them, but at the same time, we might want to support them making better choices. Like, we don't really are in a position to judge any choice a person is making. And the sort of position as a psychologist, for example, or therapist, which I don't have, but like my therapist had, was, for example, that he helped me to make better choices. This is also why in therapy, the autonomy is with you. Like, I could have chosen the entire time in therapy to make shitty choices over and over again. But I got the education and the support, which empowered and enabled me to make better choices. It was still scary though. Like, it still required me to be brave, put myself out there, be vulnerable, challenge my fears, and all of these things. So the choices are like, they're easier, and you have somebody who's like informed, like a professional, who's giving you like sort of a sense of security of, hey, this is going to be a good choice to make. And I'm like telling you, like, I know you are scared of that choice, but in the end, trust me, it's gonna pay off. And this is really like how sort of like you go for therapy, right? Like there's a bunch of choices and you don't really understand in the beginning how they make you end up where you are right now. And the more sort of psychoeducation you get and the more you talk to your therapist and your therapist talks to you, the more you understand how your choices actually correlate or like sort of how, well, it's not really correlate, how they cause the life you have. Like that I, for example, felt like my friendships are not really worth much is because I was vulnerable. It's because I didn't open up. It's because I also kept having people around me which are not available to those sort of friendships, right? So it's the thing I can change is myself and the choices I make. And it's not a thing where you can, like, from one day to the next, be like entirely different, but it's a thing where you can change something small every day, which puts yourself in a slightly better place. So, for example, if I back then when I had like sort of body dysmorphia, I unfollowed all influencers on social media. This was one of the easiest choices I had, which I was able to make in the right direction. That choice enabled me to later make other, more difficult choices because it put me in a slightly better headspace to then maybe make the choice to actually not watch the label on like which size something is I buy, but to actually just buy the size which fits. Or to try wearing something where I feel like this might not suit me well, or this might not cover up some of my problem areas as good. And so these like small choices, like we look down on them like a lot of the time, but they will enable you to make the bigger choice tomorrow and the next bigger choice the day after. So this is really like we can't if it's unreasonable to, for example, if you suffer with like negative self-talk, to be like, okay, I'm just gonna stop it. Just like that. I'm just gonna stop it. I'm just gonna be positive. I'm gonna say my 10 affirmations every morning. And like I'm just gonna like not have these thoughts anymore. Like this is not something we can do. Like our thoughts are what we think is like rather involuntarily. But we can influence what we think by making like the right choices for ourselves. So, for example, not putting myself in that position where I have to compare myself to like really like fit bodies every day, put my brain in a position of comparing me less as well, because it was less on my mind. And so with that, we can sort of like, we can influence our body, and then our body is going to influence us less, and then we can influence our body a bit more. And then sort of like we work together with our body to get where we want to go. But it's not a thing which is going to happen from one day to the next. And it's not a thing where like the universe is going to do anything, but it's a thing where like we decide. We have the autonomy. And if we don't understand that we have the autonomy, we will wait for the universe to do something while it is us who needs to do something. Right? Because that's the only thing we can change. The only thing we can change is our decisions. And our decisions have a bunch, like a really huge range. It's like, which people do we keep around? Which movies and series do we watch? Which books do we read? Which education do we get? Which people do we listen to or not? Do we exercise? Do we eat enough? Do we drink enough? Do we go outside enough? Like, what do we do with our body? Like, we can choose to treat our body in a way where we're gonna, like, probably die in 20 years. Like, that's a choice we can make. Maybe not the best one, but we have so much freedom with these choices. We have really a lot of freedom with these choices. Even if we are in a position where there's like so many choices made for us, where we can't choose about them, there's like still so many little things where we actually do have freedom of, and where we also can find freedom in. This is why, for example, like if you've ever been to like a less developed country, not everybody is freaking unhappy there. Like just because you're in a poor district, not everybody is sort of looking to die because their life is so shit. There's gonna be some happy people. Like when I was a kid, I was like, I traveled like with my mom and like my family to the Philippines. That was when I was 12. And it really opened my eyes how there was this one family who had essentially like not even doors, you know, it was essentially like a roof, like some walls, but that was it. And they had like no money at all. And they gave us like, they had one like field of like bananas, like banana trees. And that's how they made like like, that's how they survived really. And I honestly, like, depending on their financial situation, I don't know how old they get or how long they survive, really. Like, don't ask me stuff like this. I literally can't tell you. But they were happy. And they were actually so happy and so sort of like fine and content with the life they had that they gave us, like the rich outsider expat people, tourists, they gave us like bananas and we wanted to give them something back, but they were like, no, 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 we don't want. Like this for free, this for you and your kids. Just enjoy. They even had happiness to share, you know? So this is a concept which is like, this is why it's so important to me. Because this concept literally empowers you to find happiness in any situation. Or like the most happiness you can find in a situation. And I think this is important to know. There is, if we, because in that moment, because when we say that, like, it's important for us to understand in like concerning our own life, right? But it's also really important to understand in terms of others. Because we, in that moment where we put the autonomy and the responsibility away from others, we won't, you know, we won't make the decision like they made that choice. We see them as a person which has essentially like less willpower and less sort of like freedom of choice like we have. And this is, first of all, making us respect their choices less because we don't expect them to make choices, right? We're like, oh, they're just like a jellyfish. They just go where like the water is like leading them. Maybe that was where they actually wanted to go. So now we are more likely to actually are overbearing and take choices away from them. Especially also because people like this, sometimes we also sort of say like, well, they don't really make good choices, you know? Does that put us in a position where we can make the choices for them? I don't think it should. Like if we are like a parent or something, for sure, that's like a responsibility we have. But if we're not the group leader, if that person didn't give us that power and we just take it from them, it's actually in a way just not respecting their consent. It's not something they asked us to do. And it's something where we can sort of, where we believe we're making the right decision because like we know what's better, right? More easily. It makes us not respect their autonomy and their choices. And this is really just not something we should do. They are their own person, and everybody is free to choose a shitty life if they want to. right? And we can help them. We can offer them help. But if they don't want to, then we can't do anything. And I don't think it's our place even to do anything then. Like some people get that responsibility from sort of like, I don't know, like if you're a drug addict and you're like trying to get clean, and you give somebody that power, then like, okay, like now they have that power. But there's so many situations where we just take that, even though we don't have the right to it all. And especially if it's sort of in the terms of a friendship, it also is low key, like it can low key also mean something toxic for ourselves. Um, because we just, it's like it's exhausting to take responsibility. Like it's exhausting to make good choices. So if we always expect other people to make less choices and then always sort of suck up that responsibility around us, we're gonna be like super fast. We're gonna be capped out on like energy and everything. It's also like gonna way more likely put us in a position where we actually have people around us who don't even want to be around us, but we just sort of adopted them. But we also deserve to be chosen. So it's, yeah. I don't know. Like, I hope you were able to follow me. But this is really something where I think it's so, so important to not have this as like a sort of base level um, belief about somebody. Because I think it can be very easily can be harmful to yourself and for the other person. Also, sort of what it implies, right? That like, because like if you're fine with that, you're essentially fine just that you just do like and carry like way more responsibility than the other person, and like nobody is like sort of, I don't know, like nobody is like seeing that or wanting that even. You just do that. It's like sacrificing yourself is like, I'm fine with that. Or like it's a belief which can have something to do with that very often. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Interesting, Gray. You're getting into therapy in 3 days? Amazing. Wow, that's really cool. And I'm glad you were able to sleep better. Do you think you were able to sleep better because you had the good news from getting into therapy, or what do you think could that why did that maybe happen? Yeah. Universe is busy doing physics. Mm. It seems very difficult, Joro. I really hope the waiting list is gonna treat you well, and you're gonna be like get to see the specialist like soon. And there's gonna be something you can do about it. Thank you, Raka. You have to do something pretty bad to go in 20 years. I mean, I don't know, like if you take drugs every day, you drink alcohol, you smoke cigarettes, like you're probably gonna be able to to catch death in 20 years? No? Like you just all the time eat like way too much sugar. Yes. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, I see. Great. Well, I guess it's still good that you were able to sleep. Some people sacrifice themselves and always show up because they are being the person that never showed up for them. The strong one was if you don't show up. It's still something where, like, yeah, I understand that, and we sort of like glorify that in a sense, right? But even that needs to be in balance. And if you do that to the point where you actually sacrifice yourself and sacrifice your own life, you're ruining your own life by trying to be there for other people. So, what type of situation did you get yourself into, Yellow? What? I don't even know what you're talking about, Domindo Patootie. Hmm. Oh, damn. Yeah, some people really just, I don't know. It's really sort of like ironic how I feel like health seems like really fragile because like there are so many people you talk to who have like irritated bowel syndrome or like chronic headache or migraines or like get the cold like super easy or have some like back pain or stuff like this, like have some pain in any way shape or form. I feel like it feels like so many people have that. But then on the other hand, like yeah, you have like people who just when you feel like okay, like that person, like surely you just, like that seems like if you do that, you would just die, and then they just live. Where it's like apparently like our health is like fragile, but at the same time you don't die as quick or something. Yeah, for example. My generation, you got told to shut up and man up. Well, I mean, it's not really like that, it's just like your generation, right? It's really like just capitalism, right? Like like if people start like not going to work because they have headache or like some sort of pain, like if pain is apparently so common, like capitalism would do really bad. But at the same time, like going to the doctor here in the Netherlands is so annoying because most doctors literally just tell you take paracetamol, which is like a painkiller, and then like see if it's gone in 2 weeks, and if not, then like come back. And if you then come back, they just sort of tell you like, oh, you have like blah 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 pain syndrome, which means deal with it because we don't really do anything around it. Like the amount of just like sort of pain syndromes which are existent now and are like so commonly just like, oh yeah, you have irritated bowel syndrome, and you too, and you, and you, and you. It's just like there's I don't know why, but there doesn't seem to be much motivation to actually find out if there's anything to be done. Like, I don't know if this is more like a more international thing. Like, I know that like some countries, for example, like Peru, is really, really like I don't know, like just with doctors and just like sort of the medical attention you get, is like really detailed and like does like a bunch of tests and stuff like this. But yeah, like I feel like in the Netherlands, that's just not really the thing. Like I thought it's already bad in Germany, but when I moved to the Netherlands, like the doctors here, they literally like they don't want to move you over to like a specialist. They really don't. I still say it. So I stole $200 to try and start a small business, but I stole it from my dead great grandfather. I was given $100 to me and $100 to my sister. My father is gonna ask me where the money went. What should I say? I've returned to money to where it belongs, but I haven't told my dad that the money wasn't. Hmm. So, what do you mean if you have returned the money to where it belongs, but the money wasn't yours? So you got the $200, you used it on a business, but then you put it back. Like, were you able to like, so the business like worked and you got like more than $200 back, and you put them back? So like now technically you like the $200 is like still there, but it like went through your business and came back, sort of like this, depending on the doctor, I guess. You just take it really serious. Yeah, I don't know. For me, they really don't. Hi, ZD. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? So you wanted to spend the money on the business, but okay. So you thought about starting the business, but then you didn't, and you put the money back. Um, but you did say you put it where it belongs. So why is the money not yours? Like you put like did you put it back so that like your sister now gets $100, or did you put it just like back on your bank account or something? Mm. I mean, can you like tell him that like that you still need to give like $100 from that to your sister because it was for her? Mm. I mean, I think I would just tell your dad that this is not like like yeah, this is in your wallet, but it's not like spending money. It's like the $200 from your grandma, and like $100 is like for your sister, and you still need to give it to her. So it's like I would just clarify that this is like not spending money. Oh, your sister's 10 years old. Oof. Because I would have been like, okay, I don't tell him, but I tell my sister. But if your sister's 10 years old, that really like doesn't really do it. I think honestly, I think you just need to come clean, you know? Very cute of you, Dixon Donut. Welcome. Classic literature of the 20th. Wow. Okay. Crazy. Let's go. Yeah, my Dutch is actually like sort of bad. Like, is your Dutch better, Judith? Just for a medical certificate because I didn't want to go to work, but I had a red chest, a heat stroke, and my doctor sent me for a whole ton of blood and a respiratory test negative. But he really wanted those results. Hmm. In his eyes, I'm a failure. My sister's this golden child. I mean, that doesn't matter though, right? I think it's good that like you didn't do it, you know, like you wanted to take the money for this business, but you didn't. And you wanted to spend the money, even though it's not spending money, but apparently sentimental, and you didn't. So in the end, you came around and make the right decision. Whether that's a thing your parents want to focus on or not, it's a different story, right? And we can't really change them. But I think whatever they say, you can be proud of yourself that you did in the end make the right decision. And you know the opinion which matters most, like of course we like think a lot about the opinion of our parents and it's really important to us. But the most important opinion about us is the opinion about ourselves. Because in that moment where you come clean to your dad and you know that you made the right decision is a thing where you can stand behind yourself, you know? Mm, I think you should go up to him first. I think you should go up to him. Um, and like I don't know, like in which sort of context he found out about the $200 in your wallet because it seems like it's your wallet, but um, you can just sort of like so I don't know like how this situation like really was that it's like is it like openly said that this is like normal spending money or something like or did he just assume that because if it's more a situation where you want to like you think he assumes that but you want to clarify you can just approach him and say like hey like you saw like the $200 in my wallet the other day and I like didn't say something at the time because I don't know because I didn't want you to like think bad about me. But these are the $200 from grandma, so they're actually like not spending money, and like 100 of them still belong to my sister. And like where should I put them or something? Hmm. So you didn't say something because in that moment he actually thought like wasn't as disappointed from you, right? Probably. Maybe there was even a moment of like him being impressed or something like this. Hmm. Oh, so it's also sort of important for the business. At the end, Yellow, you need to do the thing you won't regret later. It really depends on who you are and who you want to be. Like, what will you not regret later? Like, if you keep the $200 in your wallet, and it seems like that's like what's happening right now, right? And it seems like you're regretting that now. It seems like you know it's not that good, and you sort of like you want to come clean, but you don't know how. But it seems to me like you're actually very clear on like coming clean and like not keeping the $200 there and not spending them. Like it seems like you made your decision already and are regretting that you ever sort of doubted about and sort of like thought about spending it. So then you should stick with that. Because like no matter how much like you're gonna like earn with the business or like how impressed your dad is gonna be, if you yourself in that moment are only thinking about, oh, like, but this is actually like, this wasn't really my money, and like, this is really like, I really, like, I can't really take that compliment because I didn't save that up on my own. And like, technically, like, I hope he's never gonna find out that I actually spent that money, and like, my great grandmother is not like, it's like never gonna come out and stuff like this. Like, if it's gonna bother you this entire time like this, it's not gonna be worth it. Like, no amount of success is going to make that go away. Because you yourself can't lie to yourself. So, I think no matter the consequences, you just need to do what you don't regret. So, what would you not regret, Yellow? Or what would you regret? Listening to your stream is interesting, even for someone going to therapy for more than a year. Quite a few interesting things. I'm glad, Raka. I'm glad you enjoy it. Oh, Indiana John, that's like, if you're gonna end up being that doctor, like, I'm gonna be in your DMs for sure. Because I feel that, bro. Hi. Mom is born. Well, I think considering like Yellow doesn't know if he's gonna get that money back, right? And like gonna earn it back. Like after all, it's a business, like things can go wrong. Um it's a thing where it is sort of like stealing, even like if you pay it back at the end. But it's like you lend it without like the okay to do so, right? So like we're gonna like we can try to talk ourselves around this, but like sort of as I said, it like matters most what we think about it ourselves, and we can't lie to ourselves. So no matter how even like when we say like, oh, it's not really stealing, like if yellow thinks it's stealing, it's stealing. Like it doesn't really matter. Because he saw that money, assumed you saved it, and I don't know, you really wanted to have that positive attention once in a while. And I don't know, you didn't want to like you thought about like putting it in a business, but you decided on not like spending this, and you hate that you have to disappoint him like this now. And you're scared that he's going to be like super angry and life is going to be hell for a couple of weeks again. But how old are you, Yellow, by the way? Hi, Jess. Welcome. Mm, okay. Like the only thing I sort of like want to know this is how young you are, you know? Like it's sort of like if you're underage still or not. Like if there's like more even ground, or like how dependent you are still on your family. I see. Um is there some adult who's on your side? Like who's not biased or verbally abusive? Hi, great. I think every woman needs a good man. It helps cure mental health and relationship. I mean, sure, but like I think like that just is sort of like for any person, right? Like sort of like the first good relationship we have like heals a lot of our inner child stuff. At the same time, sometimes the sort of like these toxic circles we bring within our baggage are really attached to us, not too much to the people around us, right? And then we're gonna make like any good relationship bad as well, or like not find a good partner because we're not a good partner. So like no good partner would like you know want to date us. So I think that's I don't know. I'm not too much into this idea of like being saved by another person. So I just want to put that out there. The sister's 10 years old, and Yana John, she's not it's not really I don't know. My mother cried and looked like she was gonna disown me when she found out. She forgave me ish. So she knows already. Hmm. I mean, can you ask your mom if it's like if you should tell him or not? Like, did she say anything like this? Because I think if your mom said you shouldn't tell him, then you're good. Like, then yeah, you don't have to. So did your mom tell you to like in the context of this, like did she essentially tell you like to stay away from him and not tell him? Hmm. I think if your mom knows already, I would go to your mom and ask her if you should tell dad or not. And I would like if she then says like no, don't tell him, like he's gonna be like super angry. Then like ask what you're supposed to do because this is not spending money and he thinks you're gonna like put this in the business and you don't have it. Like if she can maybe like lend you $200 or something. Hmm. I mean, if he's gonna confront you anyway, I would tell him first. I would try to tell him first. I think this has a big impact because then you can get ready for it mentally to tell him, and the situation is a bit more on your side. Well, I mean, this is of course not good, right? But I mean, I guess you can see it in a good way that like I don't know, like if you did this for the last time and like never steal something again, then this is the last time. Like there's also no way you can get therapy, right? Because the thing is, so like I feel like if he's gonna find out anyways, and he's gonna confront you anyways. And that's like set in stone. Like, we can't do nothing about that, you know? Then we can't do really anything about the like that he's gonna be angry, right? Or that he will crash out. Because if he finds out anyway, that's just the thing which is sort of gonna happen, right? Yellow is not comfortable to share uh, the age. Um, so I think the best you can do for yourself is be the first one to bring it up, because that puts you in a position where you choose the moment, but not your dad is gonna like get worked up and like super, super angry and then and ask your mom if she can like talk to you with your dad, if you think that's gonna like sort of lessen the blow. Um, and you can ask friends for support in the upcoming days and just sort of like tell them like it's gonna be super hard for me, and if they just, I don't know, if they can have time for you a lot, or if you can come over a lot or something. Mm. Is there physical violence involved in your household? Hmm. It's, I'm not sure about the system in the country you are, because I don't know in which country. Um, but with like child neglect and abuse like this, also just like emotional abuse, but especially with like physical abuse, there's like child services, right? And children have rights. So, like, technically, children have rights. Like, I don't know how the system is in your country, but it might be worth checking out and sort of like, I don't know, like Googling or talking to ChatGPT or friends or teachers, or like trying to find out more about that. Um, mm, if there's like anything which can be done. Oh, what do you mean, crafty run? Oh, do you know more about the system, Indiana John? Like, do you know what type of possibilities there are? And for example, like if the family would get like financial support when the dad is being taken away? Or if there's like community like houses thing? Is there like some type of community center, Yellow? Like sort of close to where you live or in the city you live? Like, have you ever like looked into something like this? Because community centers are usually like a really good first spot to get information on how to get out of such a household. Hmm. I don't think they're gonna be like, I feel like LGBTQ people are gonna help you. So I would honestly just go there and ask the people there if there's like, if they have any sort of system or like how they could support you or your family, like how sort of the future would look like this, you know? Mm, I'm gonna try to find out something about the Australian system. The thing is, my dad is taking away. I'm homeless. I mean, maybe not. That's sort of like what I'm trying to find out. Because in some countries, there's for one, there's places where they take in children who don't want to live with their family anymore, right? At some places, there's, for example, financial support for families to like keep like an apartment or a house if they don't have any financial income. Um, hmm, it's hard to find something out about this. Tafe for free. What is Tafe? Is that sort of like a institution or something? I mean, verbal abuse has a big impact, though. Like, physical abuse is not the only abuse which is going to make your life harder, you know? Like, verbal abuse can have a great impact on your mental health. And the difference between like being killed by your parents and committing suicide because you don't think life is worth it anymore, you know, it's it has the same outcome. You are dead. So I just like I'm not saying like it's that bad, but I'm just saying like let's take verbal abuse serious as well. Like it's not just physical abuse which needs to be taken serious. Um so verbal abuse can have a really really tough impact as well. If you think you're gonna be out of that household in like a few years and you just feel like, you know what? Actually, I'd rather stay here and just wait till these few years are over instead of like going to these services, maybe having to go to a different school or maybe having to live in sort of like a dorm with other kids and stuff like this. That's like fine, you know, it's like your decision to make. And if you think that's like the better option, that's like, you know, that's entirely fine. But apart from that, it's just really um a situation where like maybe this situation would go away if you find that amount of money, but like the next situation is going to come around as well. And if your dad, for example, is generally just more irritated for the next couple of weeks, like for sure you're going to be a target of that too. Um, so it's a thing where, it's like a toxic household situation is not um not resolved by dodging one moment or one problem. Uh, you can send the link, and I think technically because you're a subscriber, it should go through. If not, I can probably just like copy that link and send it in as well. Ah, yeah. And it's exactly what I mean. So this is not really about their situation right now. Um, it's really just a shit situation in general. And I would hope that, we can work towards a solution which is more long-term based. And I think, for example, like this kids helpline, which is like based and has like people which are informed about the Australian system and how like in Australia kids can be supported. There you can find information. Like you can find information on like what would happen if like, like if you don't want to live at home anymore, like what options are there? Like at some places it can, like if you're like old enough, it can even be an option to live in an apartment with like one or two other like younger kids, and that would be like your living situation, and that can be quite fun actually, you know. I mean, I don't know if you have to start with um if you have to give them like personal information, you know. You can also just tell them that you don't want to give them personal information. Doesn't let me open it? What do you mean? Without the info? Let me click there. It's loading super long. Page unresponsive. It might be that I actually can't click through because I'm in the Netherlands and they restricted the access to inside Australia. So I don't know about the phone number. Or like, yeah, I don't know how they connect, but maybe you can just, here. Let's get started. So first name you can for sure just put whatever in. Town you can put whatever in. Postcode and state you can put whatever in. Where I'm coming from you can put whatever in. Age you can just put a slightly different age into it. Okay, now it's gone again. Um, yeah, it's not the first page. Is when you click connect now. Um, then You can actually, apparently, you can just call a specific number. Like, there's also a phone number you could call instead. Hmm. Well, I'm gonna hope that that's not gonna happen. Or that you would evacuate because the fire department is gonna tell you. But yeah, I think this kids helpline is really like a you know. I mean, from what I heard, there's just like then you like evacuate to like a different city or state depending on like where it's like super hot and where it isn't. Um, hmm. So, here's actually I have an article about but I have a bunch of like self-help um content, so they might actually have some articles about how they can like help you to get like to different like out of there. So apparently they also had like some other kids already, and the way the kids helpline works is essentially that you that the counselor you're going to be connected with is like talking you through the options you have in Australia and how to get help or like which sort of help you want, right? Um and then so here's sort of like a story from like somebody who used that kids helpline, and she says that her counselor like talked her through everything and like how to do it and stuff like this. And so then she did all of these and now just gets like normal support to like deal with all of the sort of history she went through, but is at a better place. So there's also like so there's a phone number you can just call, and then there's sort of like they have sort of like a group chat where I can actually also get help. It's fine, Asta. And hi. Hi, Coco Puff. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. I bet, Asta. But also, I think that's probably not the easiest topic for you, right? So, I I understand. But apart from this kids helpline, like if you don't want to like talk to somebody online, or if this seems like out of reach for you, Yellow, um if there's like an LGBTQ community center in your neighborhood, they're gonna help you as well. Like I would bet my ass on it that they're gonna help you as well to the best of their ability, and they might not be like perfectly informed to help you the best, but I think they're gonna try as hard as they can. It's too early for kids helpline. They actually also so they have this like group chat uh I told about as well, right? It's where is it? Um they have like a social platform where you can just like talk to other people, and also just like other young people like you, where you can just like talk about what's going on, and maybe I don't know, can connect to some other people like going through a tough time at home, you know? Oh, you mean because of time zone? Ah, I see. I mean, that's fine. Maybe you can prepare sort of um what other questions which really interest you, or when they then are open to call. Ah, yeah, like the My Circle web chat, or no, yeah, the web chat is actually like, yeah, the online call. So that's like 24/7 actually. So you can just call there now, just the phone call as the times, says Indiana John. Hi Jay, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. But I think it's really good, Yellow, that you came here to sort of ask for help. And I'm a bit sorry that we can't like help more because we're not like as informed about the Australian system. Um, but I think you're on the right path, you know, because I think you deserve to have like an easier childhood where there's not so much negative talk around you. Is owning up to one's action ever a sign of weakness? I got made fun of for that recently. I like I don't want to rule out there's a case because I don't want to like make sort of like black and white statements. Um, but I can't think of a situation, Jay, where owning up to your actions would be a sign of weakness. Like My imagination is usually like really, really wild. I can't think of a situation where there's a weakness. Like, okay, actually, I found a situation. Sometimes people over excuse themselves. Like, some people are always saying sorry for things which are not their fault. So they're owning up not to their own actions essentially, but they're like sort of overcompensating for owning up to their actions. And then it can like it's not really a sign of weakness, but it's just a sign that you're like overcompensating, and this is sort of like a survival mechanism, a safety mechanism you probably learned from childhood. And that can, in certain situations in your life, be like a sort of like a thing in your way, you know, but um yeah, that would really sort of be the only thing I think. I should just grow up, stop being weak, and just be emotionless. You know, Yellow, if you're emotionless, is your life worth living? You know? Like, I feel like a life worth living is full of emotions. Because happiness is also an emotion, right? And the weird thing is, or the ironic thing is, that if you suppress one emotion, you actually sort of suppress all emotions. And then your happiness probably won't even be true happiness, but just sort of faked happiness. So, suppressing your emotions usually leads actually to poor mental health outcomes. It can lead to depression, and really like major depression. And being emotionless just makes me nonchalant. How do we use nonchalant moment? Okay, so like stuff doesn't matter. Um, I mean, I understand that, right? But this is exactly the thing. But because then stuff doesn't matter, and life only is worth and matters to the extent you make it matter. And being emotionless will put you in a position where you're emotionally unavailable to the people around you, right? So that makes you a bad friend as well. That makes you a person where intimate relationships are really hard. Like for me, I uh, I also grew up with verbal abuse, and I tried to be emotionless. And living in a household where you suffer through verbal abuse, being emotionless makes a lot of sense, right? Like we can understand why that is your wish, right? Because if you don't have emotions, the verbal abuse will not hurt you anymore. At the same time, once you get out of that household and are meant to connect with normal people in normal situations where verbal abuse isn't there, you just can't really connect with them. Because to connect with other people, we use our emotions. So essentially, at home with verbal abuse, you disconnect on purpose because that's going to keep you safe. But if you lose the ability to connect to others, you're going to feel lonely. You're going to have troubles making friends. You're going to have troubles connecting to yourself, knowing what you actually really want and what you don't want, knowing in which direction in life you want to go and which you don't. Giving your life meaning and purpose and, you know, something that matters. And as kids, we're supposed to be really connected to our emotions. And it's in a weird way, it's sort of like a superpower of kids. That's why there's so many people who love kids and who would do anything for a child because they show emotions so raw. They don't hide them. It's so easy to connect to a kid. Like a kid hurts themselves and they cry. It's really obvious what they feel. And that's why it makes it so easy to connect to them and know how they feel and have empathy towards them. Sometimes, for some people, there's things standing between them and others so huge that they can't connect to the people around them. Those are the people which turn verbally abusive because they don't see your pain. They don't care about what's going on. That makes you less sensitive with your words. That makes you less careful with your words and with your actions as well. So, in a way, this is actually probably why your dad ended up the way he did. Why he gets angry and can't really regulate his own emotions. And then just lets it out on other people. Like you. You know? Like in your situation, it's a really, really tough situation. And that's why Indiana, John, and me are sort of like giving you all of these like links and websites you can seek help from. Because you as a kid, you're not meant to be in that situation. You're learning right now how to handle this life, how to be a human, how to handle your own emotions, how to handle the emotions of other people, how to achieve your goals, how to not to achieve your goals, how to handle mistakes and all of these things. You're learning so many things about life right now. Or, well, you're supposed to learn so many things about life right now. And this is why being in a position as a kid where your needs aren't met and you don't get this type of guidance, but you are verbally abused, maybe physically abused, or neglected, and all of these things, is so hard. Because even an adult would struggle in that situation. But as a child, you don't have the knowledge and life experience and the distance to properly handle this, you know? You are in an impossible situation, and this is not on you. Your parents should do better. If people decide for kids, they should aim to fulfill all of their needs. And this is why you should get support and why you shouldn't have to handle this on your own. Because in your position, you have a loyalty conflict. Because you're essentially like, you are like biologically dependent on your parents. Like you grew up, these were the first people, you're dependent on their care. That you're biased to sacrifice whatever necessary to get your needs met and get the care you need as a child is just biology. It's just survival instinct. But if you're dependent on people who abuse that power, that really sucks. And that's going to be really tough. So I hope and wish that you're going to seek support from either of those websites or from the LGBTQ center in your neighborhood. That you're going to just inform yourself what the options are which you have if an option would be that the government finances your own apartment and that you can just move out. If there's an option that somebody comes home to you and has a tough word with your parents and literally puts them in line because you shouldn't go through this. We call this verbal abuse because it is that powerful. It is actual abuse. It's gonna fuck with you. And it's meant to. So I really hope you don't try to handle this alone. Because you're essentially like a level 1 player in a game and you're trying to fight the end boss, you know. Welcome, Navandro. And thank you so much for your sub. Welcome to the stream. You texted your message again, right? So I'm gonna read through it then. Basically, I was in another chat apologizing for being short-tempered to someone, and another viewer jumped on me and mocked me for apologizing. And viewers in chat laughed. I was in pretty bad taste. Okay, wait. Let me look for the other. Um, that's really bad. Yeah, no, Jay. I don't like. Don't worry. I think you're like on the right track there. This is not a sign of weakness or something. Like I don't even know, like I don't even understand the answer from them. Like the context, how this connects to like somebody saying sorry for being short-tempered to somebody and then them like mocking you and laughing is a thing where like I'm really unsure if they actually understood what you were saying. Because, like, how does that make sense? That answer. So I think I understand it just as much as you do. I don't. I just don't understand it. So, yeah. Are you a therapist? Well, I'm going to inform you right there. Um, in the Netherlands, therapist is not a protected word. So, in technical, I could call myself a therapist. I'm not a psychotherapist because that's probably what you mean. Um, there's also like other words, for example, like counselor, which is also not protected, and like a bunch of things which are just not protected. So no, I didn't study psychology, and even if I did study psychology, I couldn't even call myself a psychotherapist because a psychotherapist actually needs a bachelor, a master in clinical psychology, and then like job experience and like I don't know what the word in English for that is. But yes, 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 yes. No. I'm coming from a point of having gone through a lot of bullshit myself, having been in therapy, and now having stopped therapy actually, and being really into psychology and mental health. So I'm reading a lot of like psychology books or mental health books, um, from like psycho therapists and psychotherapists, and I'm also reading like a course book from like the MIT on like psychology. So I'm trying to give you as best informed opinions as possible, but more in the sense of like a mental health coach and as like support to therapy, or if therapy is not available to you. But if therapy is available to you, just because this is an online setting with a group on one end and one person on the other end, and I'm not having any cameras on you guys, this will anyway already never match what therapy can do if you find a really good psychotherapist. But this is sort of like meant to definitely not be instead of therapy. Like, don't be here instead of hitting up your therapist, okay? Like, this is not how, like, it's not supposed to, like, be instead or anything. It's supposed to be empower you to seek out therapy if you haven't yet and would benefit from it, or to support you through, for example, like waiting list periods, or support you if therapy is not an option for you because it's in your country financially not available to you. Yeah. To linger in my emotion, frustration, rage, and anger, that I do not care what I can do to others. I'm trying to work on it, but it hurts me seeing. Yeah. I've escaped corporation capitalistic slavery. Nice. And hi, Chu. Um, yeah. It's not my birthday yet. Sorry, Chu. Just in case I don't make it. All right. But I really hope you do. Yeah. I actually thought about studying psychology, but the thing is, I'm just gonna be honest here, knowing that the only way to actually be a therapist, like a psychotherapist, like the person you meet when you get therapy. The only way to actually be one of those guys is to study here at a university. Well, like per year, it's going to be like 3K or something. Actually, like less expensive than I thought initially. Um, and then it's going to be a bachelor with like a clinical psychology. Then it's going to be a master in clinical psychology, and then it's going to be the like normal like education like at some like therapy place on top of that. Committing to so many years of like actually like learning, studying all of this, while I'm not being able to like I wouldn't be able to like keep the stream going, for example, meanwhile, because like the universities, like it takes a lot, right? And the bachelor, for example, in beginning, these like first like 3 years or whatever, it's gonna be so much like literally just based on like studies and math and like stuff like this. And also, then it's going to put me in a position where, like, essentially, I would need to make money from this, like, for sure, sure, right? And I don't want to work in a normal system. I think the normal system is like easily overworking psychologists. So I don't want to take part in that because my mental health is actually important to me, and I think my mental health is actually important to you guys as well. Because if my mental health is not the best, the care you can get from me is not going to be the best. Um, and I don't know, like, honestly, just waiting that long to then be possibly able to help somebody, even though I don't know how the world's going to look in that time, just feels like a way of like, I would do that if I couldn't learn all of that stuff on my own. But I was always a person, I learned on my own. So I would literally like pay the university, only come when I need to, write the exams, get my like 2 or something, because I always get like from 1 to 6, I always get a 2. And then be back again. Um, I just thought like, you know what? I'm just gonna read all of those books myself. I'm gonna do like a bunch of certificates in the topics I think is interesting, and that's gonna be my way of becoming a informed, uh, yeah, informed mental health coach, if you so will, for you guys. Because doing it that way, I can be here for you right now, and I'm gonna like set my limits very clear. If I don't know about something, I will tell you. I will send you to whoever knows more. And it's just gonna be like, it's gonna get better like every stream essentially. So thank you for the follows. Welcome. And hi, Basti. Can you motivate me? For sure, go for it. English would be better, but if English is not, if you can't do English, then German is fine as well. Then I'm gonna translate it afterwards. You don't want to be in a session and the friend was yelling at you, asking why you want to be that way. Yeah, we try not to think about how cooked the world is heading. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah. Yes, go for it, Busty. Have you ever been dissociating so bad that it ruined your therapy session? Um, I've had a few therapy sessions which weren't like as worth, I guess, because I was just suppressing my feelings and masking the entire way through. So essentially just not behaving myself and behaving like I'm entirely fine and this has nothing to do with me. Like in the beginning of my therapy, I was literally just like going through what had happened to me like a checklist. Like, yeah, 2000, I was born. And then like just going through things. Um, but I don't know, like in the end, like in the beginning, like I wasn't ready for more, and this was the only way I could do it. So it still got the history across, I guess. And later on, it was definitely also a thing where just like after the therapy session at home, I could still just take what I needed from that therapy session then, right? So, hi, Drew. Do you need motivation for sport? Oh, I'm actually doing pretty well right now. Um, but we have a role on our Discord, because we have a channel which is like physical health. And there's a role which is called Gym Beast, where we tag each other when we go to the gym. Right now, I do have to say, this is literally just me tagging everybody else to go to the gym because I've been going to the gym or playing tennis. Um, so if you want to join that Discord and also share when you're hitting the gym and then tag the Gym Beast role and then also with that tag me, I wouldn't be so lonely in that chat anymore. So yeah, go for it. Mm. I hope, Navandro. I hope. Welcome. Uh, the not a bot. Debatably, jeez. What am I doing? Debatably not a bot. Hi. Why did I take so long for that name? I'm doing good. Apart from absolutely horrendously botching your name at first. Wait, that is not how we're supposed to do it. Please give me advice on how to get a woman as beautiful as you. Oh. So, the thing is, um, that statement alone has like a superficial statement within, right? So superficiality um is not gonna give, like, it's maybe gonna give you like a beautiful woman for a day, but it's not gonna really help you to maintain a really good relationship with that beautiful woman. And if your focus is on finding like a beautiful woman in that superficial standpoint, like, I'm gonna be old at some point. Like, I don't look good in all moments, like when I'm sick, when like I'm like snotty, like I don't look good. Like when I'm a gremlin on the couch, like trying to survive like some sort of like sickness, like I don't I don't look good. Like when I woke up after like 4 hours of sleep because the neighbors thought they're gonna like start drilling in the morning, like I don't look good. Like I'm probably not even nice. And I don't know, like when I'm 80 or something, like I'm not gonna look like this. Like I'm not gonna say like I'm not gonna look good. Like maybe I'm gonna look good, But like I'm not gonna look like this. Like I'm not gonna have skin like this. Like my face is gonna look like way different. So if you mean beautiful in the term of like you just want to find the person you really click with, who gets you, and you have a beautiful connection with, and they are a beautiful person inside and out, then honestly, the best way to get such a person is becoming such a beautiful person yourself. And then, like, you're gonna be more in those areas as well, how to find such a person. Need advice too? Do Pokemon gyms count? You can find a woman as beautiful as her in the kitchen. Trump, the fuck? Yeah. I think kind women and like people are like just like amazing people, right? You can find them all over the place. There's so many really, really nice people. You just really need to get to know them. And you need to be a person that they feel safe to open up to, right? So be a person others are emotionally safe with. Be a person others are obviously physically safe with. Be a person which isn't judging the people around them when they tell you something vulnerable, but be a person they can, they just get listened to and know that their secret is safe with them, right? And yeah, just I think honestly, just like I'm gonna stick with the advice I gave before, of just like become a beautiful person like this yourself, and then you're gonna cross ways with other beautiful people. Like it's like half the time we have to like, like get to know others and like do the first step, but half the time others do the first step. So, and like, I don't know, like if you find like one friend because of that, because they approached you, like you're gonna meet like their friends and stuff like this. Like it's really sort of like a snowball effect in that sense. That like if you go into that direction, you just meet more people like that as well. And you're open to more people like that as well. One time an older woman called me honey. Oh. No trauma dumping on the first date, by the way. Yeah, I think. Hmm, well, I think trauma dumping itself is a word which is often used for stuff which isn't trauma dumping. So, if, like, for example, what we do here in stream is actually very often not trauma dumping. It's just being vulnerable, asking for support, being open about stuff, but it's not trauma dumping. Sometimes it's trauma dumping, for sure, but a lot of the time it isn't. Trauma dumping to me, and I don't know if that is the official sort of like, um, let's see, trauma. Okay, so trauma dumping is the unsolicited, intense, or well, AI is saying it's the unsolicited, intense, and often repetitive sharing of traumatic or highly distressing personal experiences without considering the listener's mental capacity or emotional boundaries. It differs from healthy venting because it lacks consent, is one sided, and often ignores the listener's comfort. So, like knowing that is actual trauma dumping, like most of the things here is not trauma dumping, right? So, this is why, like, I'm not like, whenever people say, like, oh, yeah, don't trauma dump, or is this where we can trauma dump? Like, trauma dumping, no. Just being open about your experience, asking for support, sharing like a hurtful experience, but also, for example, giving trigger warnings beforehand. That's a completely different story, right? Like, we're all here for that. I don't know if trauma dumping is usually for the sake of getting other person's pity. Um, but I think trauma dumping is a lot of the time um, also something which, well, like, it's not said to find a solution or get help or guidance or anything like that, but it's put out there to, yeah, get some sort of like emotional effect. It doesn't need to be pity directly, but it's definitely like a person is essentially using you in that moment as a listener. And sometimes they are actually happy already with other people listening to them. Because that gives them enough comfort, like this idea of being heard. But yeah, sometimes it can be to like get pity or something like this, or be comforted, right? But yeah, because it's like with this lack of consent, it's really just like they are using you as a resource right now. Um, yeah. So I think, yeah, like actual trauma dumping, I think like maybe you shouldn't not only be doing it not on the first date, but I feel like we should not do that like generally. Like trauma dumping can be really harmful. Not only to ourselves actually, but also for the other person, right? For example, when we just trauma dump with something where we didn't get any, like, give any trigger warnings, and then the other person, like, specifically that is like a real trigger for them, like, we can induce a panic attack in others or like a re-traumatization, right? Like, it can be really, really harmful. But yeah, if it's like, if your friends ask you if you're doing all right and you're like, like, no, I'm actually not doing all right, but I don't know how to like share it or like, like say if it's like too much for you or whatever, and then you like slowly get into it. Um, then like this is an entirely different thing. Thank you for the follow. I just found out I didn't have half of your channels because I looked for the gym one. Yeah, the channels are determined, like which channels you have and which you don't, are determined by what roles you got yourself. So in the onboarding, sort of to the Discord, you're able, like, you're being asked, like, if you want, for example, like in which groups you want to be. So if you then don't pick like the gym group, you don't have the gym channel, essentially. So this is how that sort of works. But you can always later on go like at the top of the Discord, like on the left side, on the like upmost top, is like channels and roles. It's not there like a channel from me, but it's sort of like a setting channel in between thing from Discord where you can like then see like all the questions again and also all the channels. So then you can like give yourself, for example, the gym beast role, or you can just switch on the channel and like sort of like put the Discord together how you like. Yeah, people are really like trauma dumping is used just like thrown out like this. I feel like. Trauma dumping is when you go to a beach and ask if you like beef or chicken burger, and the answer is my son is dead. Is uncalled for too much information for what you asked. Yeah, I think like this is honestly sort of like like this is a small trauma dump, right? Because it's like, and then it's like period, and then you just say like, oh, okay, and then leave again. But if this person were to then also like really get you into a conversation where they like talk about this, that's really trauma dumping. Yeah. Hi, Harry. Welcome to the chat. I think we should talk about I think being vulnerable and talking about mental issues or, for example, past issues can be really important while dating because they can sometimes influence how you like to be treated or how you can treat others, right? And also what type of support you need. Um, so, I don't know, for example, a person which has gone through like a lot, right? And just like has maybe like struggled with major depression, maybe has like bipolar or stuff like this, they need somebody who's educated enough to understand what this means. Or at least somebody who, once they get educated, is like, yeah, like all of this work, for sure, I'm gonna do it, doesn't matter. If, for example, you would have a person who's more of this like, oh yeah, like mental health concerns, like all of this doesn't exist, you know, like that would be a really bad match. But you could end up with that match if you don't talk about any of this. Like if you never talk about mental health, even though this is an important part of your life, you could end up with a person like this because you never asked for their opinion about this. Um, so this is why I think talking about like how this topic is influencing you is actually really important because you need to have a match with that as well, right? And you need to have somebody who wants to support you. And our mental health and like what we lived through, like our baggage and stuff like this, is definitely influencing what sort of support we want, what we look for in a relationship. Like for some people, it can be really, really important to have a partner who speaks quietly, even if they're angry. This is something I can't do. I seriously can't. Like, if my partner would ask this from me, even though I love them, I couldn't do it because it would essentially ask me to like give up a really important part of myself. Because this is how I process emotions. Like I get loud naturally. Sort of like untraining this is a task too high, you know? And this is like, I don't know, like it's not a problem that they like share this to me. And like they're not a bad person. I'm not a bad person, but it just means we're not a really good fit, you know? And then I'm just gonna wish them the best and like hopefully they find somebody who can offer that, you know, but it's not gonna be me. And that's entirely fine. There was no gym option in rolls? No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'm just gonna say that's a lie. There is. There is. It just looks weird. So there's a new option in like what groups you would like to join. It's sort of like a drop-down menu. And sometimes that drop-down menu doesn't work for whatever reason. But if that drop-down menu works, there is something called Gym Buddy Role. Let me show you. Like, wait. I need to turn off the how it's cropped. Okay. See, like, so up here is the channels and roles thing. And when you click here, you get this. And this one is up here for me because I have a new option. For you, it might be like down here somewhere. I don't know. Um, and then here's the gym buddy role. So, yeah. I know exactly what kind of support I want. Katarina supports no one. Hi, Danielle. When I was young, I was poor, but now with a lot of hard work, I'm no longer young. I found it out. I was hidden this bag. Ah, okay, I see. Don't worry. Um, yeah, with the so when you say like me too and getting loud is what led to my breakup. It's like it's definitely something where like, you know, like if you like want to change that, like if it turns into a problem where like you notice like with most people around you it's not a thing which works well, right? Then you might want to put the effort in to train to be like quieter even if you're angry. At the same time, loud and being threatening is also two different things, right? So if you, when you get emotional, turn so loud that you're threatening, and that is really to like sort of like anybody really, and not just to like some people, that might be a thing you would like to change. For me, it's just really I talk loud. Like I'm not really like I'm not throwing things around or something, you know, like nah. And the other person was, of course, the entire time safe. But I just turn loud because I don't know, that just works for me like this. I don't know. Like when I feel like really like full of emotion, like even if I'm happy, I'm just gonna get louder. Like it's just, I think that's actually a rather biological thing, but I'm not sure. But yeah, it's really like when like any sort of emotion comes up for me, like I just turn louder. And like, yeah, for some people that can be like too loud, but um yeah, for example, like right now, actually, for some people, I'm also too loud already. But I just like, I don't know, like when back at my home, my mom talks loud the entire time. I'm just really used to talk loud. So that's just, that's just happening. All right, Asta. I hope you can calm down and uh, find out what you can do to help yourself. Making coffee. Good, good. Oh, guys, I just noticed I haven't been checking in with my body. I need to pee so bad. I'm back. I'm gonna sneak out this past midnight wood. Same here. Like I don't myself do the things like throwing things and all of that. Just that until a point I deal with things patiently, but after a limit I get frustrated and I'm so done with things. And one of them goes up and I start to shout eventually. That's happened with me a few times by now. My tone, people in front of me start to hate it while in an argument. Yeah. Yeah, for me what I really noticed, it's like I have a point where I just get like louder. And then it's just like I just feel like I just have like a lot of emotions, so I feel just like I don't know, I just talk louder. Um, um, but yeah, if it goes to shouting, it might be a sign, Navandro, that you just need to actually stop the argument beforehand to give yourself space to calm down. It can be really hard, um, but it might be the right thing to do. Because it could be, I'm just saying it could, but it could be a sign of, so I'm reading through this book right now, and they describe it as a coping mode, which is overcompensation. And essentially, what you try with that coping mode is to get more control of the situation. And you overcompensate. So, for example, if you feel like really scared, you actually don't feel scared anymore, but you turn like really loud and also really confident and stuff like this instead. So yeah, but just think about that, if that could be a thing. Like if you really feel like in touch with yourself in that moment and you're just like your voice just gets louder, or when that sort of like shouting starts, if that might be a moment where you actually try to feel safer again by becoming uh like yeah, by becoming more confident, let's say, or sometimes even threatening. Like it could be sort of like a like threatening doesn't need to be with like throwing things and like actually like sort of like that the other person thinks like shit is gonna go down, but yeah. Yeah. Because if that is true, then it might actually be really useful for yourself to actually not take part in the argument anymore at that point and to stop beforehand. Because essentially, what it means is that you don't feel safe right now and you don't feel good in that argument, but your normal, sort of healthy adult strategies are not working anymore. And now you're stressed to the point that you resort to this like last resort type thing, you know? So it might be a thing where like your stress is really high actually. And it would be better for yourself to just take a step back and have some time, be able to connect with yourself, be able to check in with yourself. What do you need right now? Because what this overcompensation essentially is also really difficult with is you don't really fulfill your own needs in that moment. Because with overcompensation, it's way more likely that you actually escalate situations, which leads you with even less safety, right? So it might be good to try and like once you notice that like, oh, you're getting louder, the other person is not feeling comfortable, you just say like, let's take a break here. I need to walk or whatever. And then you just try to feel inside yourself. and feel what do you need right now, actually? Like, what are you trying to give yourself in this moment by shouting? Like, do you feel maybe threatened by the other person? And this is how you try to regain control? Like, make yourself big, sort of? And just be curious in that moment of like what the purpose of it is and if it actually fulfills that purpose. Are you ending soon or do you have time? We definitely still have a bit time. So we have like an hour and then we stop. Yeah. So if you have something to say, Nate, you can definitely still go for it. I found this at work. My colleague can't handle the raised voices and they're scared of my boss because she's loud. Whereas I don't give a fuck and she's nice when you realize each other's working styles. Be nice but tell everyone how it is. Whereas others will try to shrink and say they will do all these things to her face and not do them once she has left. Customers don't like that they can't walk all over me like the other managers. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely like a bunch of people who like can't really handle loud voices really well. But yeah, I've noticed as well. It's really sad sometimes because it's like I don't even mean bad in those moments. I just like yeah, it can like sometimes I had the situation that I was excited about something and somebody sort of got like scared because I got like louder. And then I just knew like okay, like this not gonna work. like like I'm excited. You can't see that? Man. It's like where do we even start, bro? So, no. But I mean, it's good that there's not only like two humans on the planet, right? So, there's a lot of people we can make it work with. So, how are you doing, Nate? Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. I see. I mean, that really sounds like you should stop early already. It sounds like it comes as sort of a way to, like, yeah, really, as this last resort. And when you say, like, you already feel violated, then you should stop whatever is happening beforehand before you feel violated, right? Yeah. So there's one situation which has triggered me horrendously in the past. Horrendously. Nowadays, I'm like way better at handling it. But back then, it was it was a few things were needed, and then I was like set off like this. And then get, I wouldn't even get like super loud in the beginning, but from that point on, I would be super stressed. I would be really, really stressed. And I would get like slowly upping symptoms of a panic attack. The thing is, only at the absolute end, I would actually shout. But that was so like it wouldn't even help sort of ending it before starting to shout. Because the moment where where I actually needed to step out of the cycle, because that was the moment where the cycle started, was right at the beginning. So I would actually need to take a break before having any sort of conversation, because I would need to just find out. So this was like when I started. When I started, I had to like find out what's going on, even like what, because I didn't know yet what specifically, because like of that situation, was setting me off, right? And I didn't know specifically when it started, because I was so, in that first moment, I was so sort of like locked in and like shocked and so in survival mode already, that I couldn't like sort of like think about like, oh, is this where it starts? Like there was no place for curiosity. So I sort of started with like stopping as soon as I can. So in the moment I like remembered, oh, this could be that pattern, I just stopped. And like with sort of training, that like went down like to like further and further and further. But essentially, the situation which really set me off like this was when I would have a discussion with a person, and it would seem like a really normal discussion, just about you have some sort of hypothesis, and you're discussing back and forth about that hypothesis. But then it turned to a discussion, and I didn't really notice that. My body noticed that before my head did. But it would turn into a discussion where my arguments were being dismissed without a real like argument behind it, but more of like cherry picking something which is like entirely really like doesn't matter at all in that argument. Like that's not even the point of that argument. But like cherry picking something, how you could sort of like portray me in a bad light. Like sort of I would say um I don't know, like the world isn't flat, and then they would say like, wait, like, but the world isn't a square. Like, how could you even say that? Like, are you so stupid? Like, sort of like this, where it's just like you don't like it's like this is like the extreme example, right? But it's sort of like this, like you say an argument, and then they sort of say something which has to do with the argument, but like not really. You know what I mean? Like it's like okay, like I see how there is a connection, but the connection is low key like, are you trying to on purpose misunderstand me? Because this is not what I have been saying. um and with that, they absolutely dismiss your argument, right? Because now they sort of like change the topic in a way. And now you need to defend yourself for something you never even said. And this is something which, like, sort of a situation like this, and it could be small, but a situation like this would set me off immediately, and it would set off my body immediately. So my body would start having a panic attack. And my mind would feel like more and more stressed, because my body was getting more and more stressed, right? So my mind would get more and more stressed as well. And it would be harder to think, it would be harder to concentrate. So I would have to control myself even more and like concentrate even more to actually make stuff make sense. And I would feel in like a, not in a discussion, but in sort of in a conversation where the other person tries to pin something on me, and I need to like outplay them or something, you know? Um and yeah, so that's how that situation sort of like turned out, right? So how I went about um getting sort of getting to know myself in these situations is, the first thing was really just noticing one situation and being like, I don't like how that situation turned out. Like I don't like how I felt after that conversation, and I don't like how how useless the conversation was because the other person doesn't even seem like they took anything away from it. So essentially, the communication was useless. And I didn't like that. Then I noticed this is actually like I had this situation again now. So there's a pattern. And then I could like sort of in the aftermath, like after the situation, like I was emotionally already fine again. I could try to figure out like, okay, how do these situations, what is the same in those situations? Like what could be the thing actually triggering this? Because I had a lot of other discussions where like nothing like this was triggered, right? So in the beginning, I just thought like, okay, it's a conversation with my mum. Like that's the common denominator. I don't know. But then it happened with a different person. So I was like, okay. So if it's not my mom, then it's something about that communication style which is setting me off. So I tried to sort of investigate in a sense to like why, like what are specifically the things setting me off. And then I would also try to notice the feelings in my body. So whenever I was in such a situation where I noticed I got louder and I noticed the other person was being really stupid, because that was the feeling I had in this moment. It's like the other person is being like so hard to talk to right now. Like they're just trying to misunderstand me. That was the thing I could recognize in that moment. Like only late in that moment, but in that moment. So I went with that and sort of trying to recognize these moments. And when I recognize these moments, I try to feel into my body, like what's going on right now? Like how does my body feel? And what is the situation right now? And then I noticed how panicky I feel in my body already. How I'm shaking, how my breathing is like really shallow, like really like only up here. How I'm getting cold all over my body. How I'm super tense. Or how even my pulse is too high. And sort of once I recognized that, I noticed how much the situation is actually affecting me. And at the beginning, I got like really scared because I was like, oh my God, I feel like I'm dying, bro. What the hell? Like, I feel so unsafe. Like, my body feels so unsafe. Like, my body is shaking like I'm about to die. So, when I noticed this, I, not at first, but the second time, the third time, a bit better, I was able to give myself a tiny break. Just, I don't know, when somebody else was like picking up the word, just sort of opt out of the conversation a little bit. Just, take the back seat. Focus on myself. Try to calm down. Try to relax myself. And it's not like in the beginning, it's going to be really hard to understand yourself. And it's going to be really hard to understand how you really feel inside. Like, especially if you have this much of like bodily symptoms, right? Because they're going to be scary. Um, but at some point, if you do this like over and over again and you get better and better at this, and you can like notice earlier and earlier, so your stress level isn't as high anymore, but you notice already. And you're gonna, like, you're able to give you more and more space to have more time to cool off, more time to look inside. You're gonna get better at actually understanding and get some like puzzle pieces on like understanding how you actually feel in those moments and what's actually wrong in those moments. Um, and also with that, what you actually need in those moments. And then you can try and figure out what, like, how can you fulfill that need for yourself? Because I don't know, like I can't to any person then just say like, "Oh, I need you to understand this and that." Like that's gonna work like I don't know, like with some people it might work, but it's probably not gonna work as good, you know? But what I then can do for myself is just not have that conversation anymore. Like if it's a person where I can't talk to them about this, like I try to, but there's no vulnerability, no openness to this at all, you know. Then I can just state my boundary and be like, if you keep talking to me like this, I can't, I won't talk to you. Like, I'm not gonna stay in this discussion if my arguments are being dismissed. And this is something you can always do for yourself, right? So, and with other people, where you know, like, this is a friend, like, I always like that person. And if I look at them right now, they don't look like they want to scold me or, you know, like, they don't look like they mean harm in that moment. They really look like, if I look at them, they're like sort of looking at the sky, thinking hard, you know? Like this is sort of this is some type of communication problem. I was like, I never had this with them. Like they're not a bad person, they're a safe person. So why do I not feel safe right now? And then you can maybe just be there for yourself in that moment by just being open. Like with one friend, and they're gonna come like on my birthday, this weekend. I had this. It's sort of like it happened in a discussion with him, and I just sort of said like I sort of like finished that discussion with being like, okay, like I don't know or something, you know. Um, then notice all of these things, calmed down a little bit, and just was like, then sort of picking up the talk again by saying like, I don't know even exactly what, but something like, um, you know, sometimes discussions are really hard for me actually because I don't really understand why, but there's just some type of discussions where I get really anxious and I get really panicky and I don't really know how to handle them because I just feel like it's like so hard to like be understood, and then I always like I get like super stressed. And I think I don't know, but I think it's a discussion where I feel like um there's like sort of my I think I'm a bit touchy that like my argument is being dismissed. If there's like focus on like details, for example, and then I don't get like feedback that like my argument is being taken into account, but I think it's like being dismissed because there's like only question about the detail. And then I get like super stressed, like trying to find like other arguments. And then like my friend actually answered to me, sort of saying like, "Oh, so that must have happened before, right?" And I didn't even say that. I mean, it wasn't that hard, I guess, but I didn't even really say that. And it was like, "Oh, but I understand." Yeah, for me actually, I'm just a really like I'm a fiddler for details, you know. But I I do understand what you mean. Like, and actually, it happens to me kind of often that people just like stop discussing with me. And I think it's like actually really sad because I really like discussions. But if you say it like this, I can totally understand why you might feel like I'm dismissing your arguments. But in reality, I'm like fully agreeing. I'm just not really saying that because I'm just sort of like focusing on the thing we like, which like really needs to be said, like where we disagree on, right? instead of like saying all the things I agree with. And then we were able to have like a really wholesome talk about like how we can maybe make that communication better and how and he was like, okay, so maybe I'm gonna try just saying yes first, so like yes and statt instead of just like but whatever. And that was like super helpful. And then we had actually like really nice discussions, you know? And so I don't know, like things like these can turn out pretty well as well. It's so it doesn't like it doesn't always need to like go wrong if there is like a if a subject is sensitive to you. It doesn't mean that you can't interact with that or that people don't help you to interact with that. Right. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. Mm, but doesn't it look like backing out of things, like ignoring them or a situation? Like, how else do I look at the thing? I mean, I know how you mean. Like, this is really like a familiar sort of like fear for me. Sort of like recognizing that how that situation came to be with my mom. Um, but it's like with like normal people, you know, and in like most situations, you can just take a minute to like take a deep breath, or there's another person in the discussion you can just leave space to. Or you can say like, oh sorry, I actually don't have time for this anymore, I have to go or something, you know? Like there is ways how you can get like out of that situation. Or you can also really just say like, oof, I notice I'm getting too heated right now. I need some distance. Let's talk later about this again. You know, like there's a lot of ways how you can take distance in that moment and come back to it later. Did the other person know your mom and maybe emulated it? I mean, they know my mom, but like people are like most people are really not so obsessed with hurting you that they would put effort into like emulating my mom or something. Nah. Hmm. I mean, maybe you found a way how you can deal with those panic attacks, Indiana John, or you found a way how to exit those situations before it comes to a panic attack, right? Hi, buddy. Yes. Um, I mean, I don't know like which stuff you specifically mean. So if there's any trigger warnings necessary, it would be really nice to get trigger warnings beforehand. So everybody in chat can take their leave if they would need to. But apart from that, every topic is, yeah, we can talk about anything. Just gonna allow that message. Hey there, first time viewer, first time chatter. Welcome. I'm a narcissist abuse survivor. Oof. I was diagnosed at an early age with autism and ADHD. More recently, I was diagnosed with PTSD. Now I feel the need to self-sabotage due to how I was treated. Any ideas on how to fix that? Mm. Are you in therapy for any, for anything? Or are you not in therapy? And is therapy an option to you or no? And welcome back, Judith. I mean, you don't know some of the people in my life. Some people take great joy in your misery. Okay, I'm just gonna say like this. I think that person, like there's like with my friend was entirely fine. With that other person, I think it just went sideways like this because it's uh just you, depending on what you know from your home, right? You look for people who feel like home. So sometimes we literally befriend future, like, people who gonna essentially like re-traumatize us because we just, this like that's the stuff we know, and this is the predictable behavior we can deal with. And there's a really ironic way of how there's like sometimes you really have a superhuman radar, it seems, to find the next shitty person and befriend them, which are gonna turn out to be exactly like your mom and your dad. And before anybody's gonna be like, oh, they're so great, but something in your body saw them for what they are beforehand, for sure. Like, it's just like little things probably. But sometimes we're like way too good at finding people like this again. And yeah, that's also why therapy is like really good sometimes. Just to get out of this cycle of like finding those people over and over again. In that kind of situation, my mental model is using windows of tolerance. Oh, window of tolerance is great. Like, that's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, this is also why like stepping out of it is like so useful, right? Because then you return into the window of tolerance and then you can handle those things again. Mm-hmm. They try to tell it out. So are you still in contact with those narcissists then? Like, are they still in your life? 8-bit rebel. When you say it like this, or do you mean more in the sense of like you sort of uh like integrated these like voices and um sort of like this, more of like this inner voice is keeping you back and trying to control you, or like actual people? So this the question. Not corrupted. Sometimes it can feel, though, especially if you don't have this space from the people to be able to heal. Yeah, tough. Treating yourself with small kindnesses and reinforcing the positive behavior in yourself, I found to be incredibly helpful. Okay to stumble as long as you know you want to go forwards. Yeah, exactly. I think it's actually a really good start, right? It's essentially what I've been saying before as well, how I sort of started to combat these situations, right? Like, you start small, like, you really start small. And then like day after day after day, you're gonna be better at this and you're gonna be able to like exit such a situation a bit earlier, or like be there for yourself a bit better in such a situation, or actually be at some point able to like articulate yourself in such a situation. But if I would have tried to articulate myself like this, like right away, like there was no chance. I didn't have this amount of control. Like, I was like completely out of the window of tolerance, completely in like sort of like this panic attack, like fighting for my life in that moment, right? And that was no possibility. And I think expecting that from ourselves in that moment and then like always beating ourselves up if we don't achieve that, would be like so unproductive actually, and like holding us back, because we can't expect from ourselves to just like flip a switch, because it's not like that, right? So the best thing we can do for ourselves is like taking that first itty bitty step. And if we're not able to take that step, find something which is smaller we can do. You know, like get like a tiny piece of cardboard we can put before the step to then step on the cardboard and then take the first step or whatever. But like the best thing we can do, the best step we can take is the step we can take. And this is really something where like this is, you can apply that to anything, right? The best gym exercise and sort of training plan you can have is the one which gets you to the gym. No matter how small it is, it really does matter. Like if there's one advice you can give anybody, it's literally this. Like the best step to get better you can take is the one you will take. It is so, there's so many people who have great plans, great advice for others, but can't act on it themselves. But they still expect that same step from themselves over and over again. And if they don't succeed, they just bully themselves because of it, or are disappointed, or feel stuck, and all of that. They need to adjust goals. They need a smaller step. They need a step they can take. And this is really like, this is something you can like live by with everything. Like if you have any goal in your life, any, it's like it can be a better job, it can be getting like a university degree, it can be becoming fit, it can be better mental health. But the best step you can pick is the one you will be able to take. Yeah. It's like if you don't drink enough, but if you put juice in it, you drink enough, then you put juice in it. Yeah, juice is not as healthy. Sure, it has a lot of sugar. But if you otherwise don't drink enough, like water with juice is better than nothing. But we don't compare it like this. We always compare it like, oh, I should drink more water. And then, like, oh, water with juice. No, drinking normal water is better. Sure. But we should compare it with drinking nothing, like we have been, and drinking water with juice. And then drinking water with juice is obviously better. Like, if you want to be, like, healthy, you want to, like, go to the gym, like, just for your fitness, you know? And you compare going 4 times a week to the gym, doing that, like, really, really fancy trainings plan, like, training thing, and, like, also, like, a nutrition plan and all of that, right? And going to the gym once a week, you're gonna be like, why would I pick that goal? It's not gonna do anything. Like, I want this. But if you then, because you can't do this, don't go to the gym, that's worse than going 1 time a week. And the thing is, usually going 1 time a week is the goal, which is gonna set us up for going twice a week, for going 3 times a week, for going 4 times a week, or as much as you want. Exactly. Exactly. In those moments, we so easily have too high expectations of us. Because when we feel like majorly depressed, for example, we sometimes talk shit about ourselves and feel shit about ourselves for not being a normal, functioning human. Where it's like, how stupid are we? Like, how dare we? how does that make sense, right? To expect a majorly depressed person to be just functioning like a normal person and just expect that every day again and again and again. If we would set our goal like this, of just being like, I wanna stand up and like this is my first goal. And we stand up at 4 p.m. and then go to bed after 10 minutes again, we achieve that goal. And when we then say the next day, okay, today I'm gonna stand up for half an hour. And we're able to do that, then like the next day we can set it higher. But everybody starts somewhere. And we can't bully ourselves for being in a position where goals, which for other people are low, are too high for us. We start where we start. And any day which goes by where we essentially just try to close our eyes from where we start and just try to deny where we start and where we are, and therefore just make way too high, like put way too high expectations on ourselves, which we're not able to do, and then don't do any of them because we're not able to do any of them. That's like actually wasted. Because if we would have brushed our teeth 20 seconds, we would have done something. We would have been one step closer to an actual goal. You know? My message didn't deliver yet. No. I don't see it either. Like usually I see stuff which is like modded. So I don't know. I've been saying I will go to the gym for ages, but I haven't yet got around to it. But I guess the only reason I'm going is to get better at hip hop. Nah. I mean, but that's fine, right? So how much did you want to go to the gym? And how much do you expect to do if you were to go to the gym? And can you do that lower? Like, can you maybe just be like, I'm just gonna go to the gym, then grab some food from the place next by and go back home? You know? Like, maybe that's a good first step. Maybe you can just go to the gym, do one exercise, and then go back home. Yeah. Absolutely don't want to go to a gym, but I want to be good at dancing. Hmm. I mean, if, like, this is another thing, right? So, first of all, set your goals low enough that you will do them, because the goals you don't do are useless. The goals you do are useful, no matter how small they are. Um, there is some goals where we're not actually standing behind them, and that's why no matter how small we make them, we will never actually do them. Because we don't stand behind that goal. So maybe there's some doubt that going to the gym will actually help you be good at dancing. Maybe there's sort of some unresolved doubt there, you know? And then it might be, hmm. So you're more motivated in winter. So what goal can you set yourself that you will actually do it? maybe your first goal shouldn't be actually going to the gym, but just touching the door of the gym. Like, try and find a goal you would actually do. "18 years ago, and to my mom 12 years ago. They divorced in 2001. My dad was so traumatized he was not able to bond emotionally with his children. My mom was a narcissist. It's difficult to break contact with her because of it. I understand." Is there anything specific you would like to know from me or get support with? But apart from that, like, how are you doing now? Is it getting better? And I'm sorry I had to go through that. I mean, Indiana John, that doesn't really change anything about anything I said. Right? So if you're like, even if your goal is just getting ripped and like pulling some new people that way, if you want to do that, do that. But the way how to achieve that goal is to set the first step, a step you will take. So no matter how mediocre it is or how maybe ridiculous or pitiful it is, or like you think it is, set the bar so low that you will achieve it. This is the best thing you can do today. Set it so low that you will take that step. Because once you're on the first step, the second step isn't that much further anymore. It's easier than like jumping from 0 to 2, you know? It's really like training whatever. Like if I would go to the gym and be like, I want to pull 150 kilograms, I would just fail. No matter how I set my mind to it. I would fail and probably injure myself. If I start at 10 kilograms, I'm one step closer. It's a little less impossible. And if I do that like 15 more times, then it's actually quite possible. I mean, I'm suffering from depression and anxiety for years. Whatever I do, I just fail at it. Friends all left me eventually. People are growing distant, and it feels like falling into infinite darkness. I really don't know what to do anymore. My mind is also sometimes freezes, and I can't make any decisions. I also had a dream to become a producer, but all these things are just blocking my creativity, and I haven't made anything for months. I feel like a useless person with nothing to do. If I get some courage to speak about my life to someone, they just ignore, unfriend, and sometimes blocks me. I don't know what to do. I'm really sorry, buddy. Are you in therapy for any of that? Like, do you get professional help right now to deal with your depression or anxiety? Is there anything like that? Or is that not an option for you? And for how many years have you been struggling with depression and anxiety now? I don't care. Okay. So what are we supposed to do, Christian? Hmm. So therapy is not. Is therapy also not an option just like in general? Or if you would make time for it, it could be an option, Birdie. Hmm. So I think seeing how you've been struggling with this for years, looking into the possibility of proper therapy, like a one-on-one session with somebody in person, could be really helpful, I think. Like, I feel like you could benefit from that a lot. Because after all, the stream, like definitely, like we can help to an extent, but like the amount of attention we can give you here, and the sort of like the connection we're able to build here, considering like I don't see you in person, you don't see me in person, you also just see this image, right? Is a thing where like this is not as easy as in therapy. Because in therapy, you're like only with your therapist, right? Like you don't need to, like whenever you say something, you don't need to like have anybody else in chat and sort of um like you don't need to, like there is no fear of others maybe rejecting you or something because there's only this one person with you. So that's like sort of the first thing. I would look into that if I were you. I think that could be really helpful. I think that could be really beneficial. Um, is there anything you enjoy doing right now? Hi, Mr. Hello, welcome to the chat. Indiana John, with some exercises, I really start at weights which are absolutely mediocre and ridiculous. Like, I feel embarrassed so often in the gym, guys. Like, when I do like a pull up, I use 45 kilos of support weight. Yeah. I'm just exposing myself here like this. But it's like, yeah. But it doesn't matter because the fact that I'm, whoops, uh, because the fact that I do it and the fact that I show up is going to put me in a position where tomorrow it might be better. Like at some point it's going to get better and I'm going to do progress. Like starting is the only way to make progress, right? So that's the best we can do for ourselves. I live in the Netherlands. 45 kilograms sound good now. It means that I pull like not even 20 kilograms as a pull up. It's like, yeah. I don't find fun in anything. I used to distract myself by making music, but it just stopped working gradually and I end up quitting. People also didn't like the stuff I made. So. Hmm. So, how does your daily life look right now? You work, and what do you do then? Yeah, exactly. And even even if they were looking at me, it wouldn't matter, right, Indiana John? Like it wouldn't matter. Like I would still like to achieve that goal. You're like super skinny and you went to the gym and they just told you to eat more. Don't let people ruin the gym for you if you can. But yeah, it can be quite hard to face social sort of judgment like this. And I'm sorry you had to. Thank you for the follow. Hello, Karen. You can do 0 pull-ups. I mean, but that's just like that. It doesn't. Yeah, I get it. I get what you're trying to do. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I'm training hard to be able to do pull-ups someday. We'll see how that goes. Welcome to the chat, Mighty Road King. Oh, white border color. As I just said, it's like doesn't seem as motivated to actually change that. I think he's very fine with that. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing, Mighty Road King? So you just go to work and then come home at night and then sleep. Same routine. Hmm. How would how would sort of like your goal life look like, Birdie? I don't listen to songs on stream, but you can send your song in the into the Discord. We have a music channel, so I think people would be really interested. My goal is life. We have a more specific um, image than that. Yes, let's hydrate everybody. Let's drink something. Hi, weird Saturn. Um, I'm a gamer and an artist and scientist by heart. What sort of birdie do you have like a first step you would like to take? Or what do you think a first step would be? Hmm. Is there a way how you can work less birdie to get some more time for yourself? I like it. And hold a lot of tea. That's best about it. I gifted this mug already to 3 people. It's gonna be a staple. At some point, all the people I know in my life are gonna have these mugs. Hmm. 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 Like there's a bunch of different approaches on like what to do against depression and anxiety. But they all depend on sort of like your personal case, right? Um, because they like some of them like work for you and some of them won't work for you, right? Because it's really like it's a really individual thing. So they sort of depend on like how your life looks, how your goals are, what you need, and also just how you function, right? And it's so when you say like depression and anxiety, there's a lot of things in my mind, but I don't know you yet very well to have like the thing in mind. Um, but yeah, it's sort of like I guess the main question is sort of like is the highest priority right now that we need to like that this sort of like your suffering needs to be helped, or is the main priority right now that you need something to hold on to? So for example, if anxiety levels are like really, really high and depression levels are really high, it's like you might need to do something against anxiety first, um, to have space for more, sort of. So you need to like take the edge off essentially to be able to work on stuff. Um, but then there's also the space where you have, like, once you have a little bit more space, it really helps to like start creating something you actually like, um, to foster hope and to have something to hold on to. But especially if it's something you've been struggling for so long with, right? I think a really good first step for you would be to just try and find out if therapy is a thing where you live and like how that would work and if it's something which would be available to you in terms of like financial and just like yeah, just how the system works where you live. And I feel like that would be an amazing first step. And I guess like depending on like the outcome there, it's also going to change like what we try to do here for you, right? So for example, if you then like apply to therapy and you're like, let's say like only on a waiting list, but like at some point gonna get like professional therapy, we gonna focus like a bit more of just sort of like getting you to that therapy. So like helping you through this like waiting list time and stuff like this. If it's something where therapy is really like just not an option to you where you live, um, there's a lot of there's a lot of things like you can do for yourself, which is like commonly done in therapy. For example, like psychoeducation and stuff like this. Which is gonna like put you in a place where you hopefully can help yourself really well. Right, so it's sort of like it's gonna change what we like are gonna do here, I guess, and what the goals here are gonna be. But yeah, I think the first goal is really just trying to see if therapy is an option because I feel like I don't know, like it would be like way easier, right? With that level of support from a therapist. Um, like whatever it needs to be done, you're gonna get like a lot of attention. You're gonna have like one professional therapist for yourself for that hour, right? And the other thing is, I definitely want to get into it a bit more detailed because I feel like, I don't know, like I would really like to offer you that place where you can just talk about whatever is weighing on you. Because the thing you have been sharing is like, it's held very short, if that makes sense. It's for something which is has such a big impact on your life and is influencing your everyday life. You sort of phrased it in a way which is very, very logical, very rational, very, yeah, just very clear cut and short. And I think maybe if we see each other again next week or something, if you have time, then we can get into it a bit deeper and maybe find out how your depression like really works and how your anxiety really works and how that story of your life is essentially being written and what good goals would be or what you could maybe do for yourself to handle depression and anxiety a bit better. And I don't know, maybe, then we have like more because right now because we're already streaming like 4 hours and 40 minutes. We're sort of getting to the end of my stream. So we're getting to the point where I'm going to start sort of the goodbye routine, and um, then I'm going to have to go offline. And then this week on Thursday, because the streams are always Monday and Thursday, we're going to have my birthday stream though. So we're probably not going to talk too much about mental health. It's definitely going to be a topic as well, but it's not going to be like the main topic, because the main topic is going to be baking cakes, baking a bunch of cakes. Because I'm gonna have my birthday celebration this weekend. So I'm gonna have to bake like 4 cakes or something. So we're gonna bake like all of them in that stream. But because of that, it's also not one of our normal like mental health talk streams. So the next regular mental health talk stream is gonna be next week Monday. Um, so exactly, because then we would have more time. Because I don't want to like get into it now and then be like in 10 minutes, sort of like once you like poured your heart out here, be like, oh, gotta wrap up, like that sounds, I don't know, that's just seems shitty. So let's talk about it more when we have more time. Because I want to have space that we can like really get into it. But I feel like honestly, just talking about this is maybe just going to be something where, just being seen, just being listened to, hearing maybe from other people in the chat that they're also struggling with that is just going to help you to gain a little bit hope. Maybe just not feel so alone anymore. And I think that can already be a really powerful thing. Between cake and happiness, for sure. Thank you for the follow. I have a tradition to buy a new mug in every country I visit. Oh well, if you ever visit the Netherlands, buy this mug. Let's do a small win first, birdie. Mine exercise card. What? Your I'm confused. What do you mean? White watercolor. Man goes to Free Palestine. And hi, Lauren Ibsom. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? It's India. So, yeah. So is that good? Is that the anonymous account? I'm, by the way, working on the spring themed, you know, stream layover. And you're gonna see it on Thursday, my birthday stream. Where can I send the link in Discord? To the music? In the music channel, which is like all the way at the bottom, in like there's this like category which is called groups, and there we have like mental health, physical health, cooking, book club, and then we have music. So there in music you can just send. So I work from home and I have crippling video game addiction, and it means that I can't do my work. Is there a way how you can like come in to work? Like, do you have to work at home? Or is there an office you can go to work? Your makeup artist and leave your clients sat there for hours while I grind games. This actually like this reminds me of this meme, if you know it. This like I don't even remember how it actually is. But it's sort of like, oh, like there's this like hot blonde chick in like the in the bed, but this guy's still playing video games or something. So what happens then, Indy? Yeah, the clients are really like, you can't seem to find it, Birdie? Wait. I tagged it in the general channel. So you should be able to just click it. Mm. I mean, yeah, when is the we have so little time today still. I think yeah. I think an important thing is sort of to with the approach Indiana John also says, you know, being aware of who you are is a really good first step, you know? Just knowing about yourself. I'm a crippling video game addict. And then like what like if you would have like an like if you would be the therapist of sort of like the in-house therapist of an addict, like would you leave the drugs in the fridge? You know what I mean? Like would you? Probably not. So for example, like locking the console can be good. And stuff like this, if you just like, if you need results. At the same time, it's really important to find out why you're addicted, you know? Because usually we fall into addiction, and it's like the harder we fall into addiction, the more we have a motivation to cope. So, why is your motivation to cope so high that you're sacrificing so much for it? Because just a thing I'm like guessing here, like if your client is waiting for so long, they're probably gonna give you less tips. They might give you like a bad review. They might be angry at you. You apparently don't feel good about yourself and maybe regret what you did. Like there's a lot you sacrifice to play in that moment. So why does it seem worth to sacrifice this much, but still do it? Like, what is driving you to start this behavior? Because one thing is stopping addictive behavior, right? The other thing is like starting. Like, when do you start? Why do you start? Which emotions are you trying to avoid in the moment when you start? Yeah. faster. Your clients are pulling through the whole thing, not doing anything. They're just waiting there for hours, just not saying anything, just being like, yeah, they just want to get a coffee at like Amsterdam or something. Oh my god, that's wild. So when do you regret the video game addiction? Like, how is it bad? How is it negatively influencing your life? Why do you want to stop? Or like, do you want to stop? Or do you just want to, like do it less? Or like have like proper, like don't do it on work days, for example, but only on like the weekend? Or does it also influence your personal life because you don't have time to meet your friends? Or like, I just feel almost dirty by doing it. Hmm. Sort of like a gremlin, like I'm a letdown. Hmm. So I think this is the first thing I'm I'm just gonna tell you, and then gonna come back to this next week. I'm not gonna ask you to like stop doing what you're doing. You can try that if you want to, for sure. Feel free. But I think the first really interesting thing would be try to find out how you feel when you start. Like, what happens right before you start gaming? How do you feel right before you start gaming? Because I think like this can be really game changing information, if you want to say it like this. Sorry for the pun. But I think if you're like, I don't want to ask too much from you in the first week. Like, we still want to do it in a way where, like, like it's achievable and you can do it. And I think, honestly, what I'm asking you right now is already quite hard. So I don't want to put like more on that. Like you can, of course, like you can try to go cold turkey, but you probably already tried at some point. Um, hmm. Oh, like you're missing out. Hmm. Then try to find out where that feeling starts. What, like, do you, for example, like scroll on social media, see a post and about like a game, and then you're like, oh, I'm missing out, I need to play? Or is it that a friend is texting you about a game and like teasing you that you're missing out or something? Like, where does that feeling come from? Where does it start? But yeah, I don't want to disappoint you, but I did say sort of already that we're at the end of the stream now. Um, but I would love to talk about this some more, Indy. I think this is a really interesting topic, and at the same time, I definitely want to support you with this because addiction can be quite hard to beat, especially in sort of like a balanced way. Um, You know, chlamydiana or whatever. This stream is not a joke. So either you. I mean, obviously not. Yeah. I mean, still, switch doctors. Just switch doctors. Like, why are we gonna. Like, why are we going to such extremes? Like, what? Like, switching doctors is the thing which is actually gonna help in that situation. You have a client. No. Oh, no way, Indy. Okay, yeah, come back next week, please. Like, preferably if there's no client waiting. Okay, but see you on Monday. Until then, try to be as curious as you can towards your addiction. Like, try to write down as much information as you can. Okay. So, like, when it starts, how it starts, what you did before, when it stops, how do you feel while you're doing it, how you feel when you're not doing it, all of those things. Like, every time you think about that and remember doing that, do it. Because then we're gonna have like super, like, really nice information next week. So, do that, Indy. You're at work now? Alright, Julian. See you. Arrested for that. The police be wasting some DNA tests. But yeah, like, this is not gonna help you. Like, shitting on the doctor's porch is not gonna change anything, sadly. Like, you can do like a like doctors nowadays have like there's portals where you can review them and where you can share feedback. Sometimes it's honestly just a Google page. Sometimes there's an actual sort of like official website for like your, I don't know, like your city or country where you can do that. So doing something like this and saying like why they're sort of bad, so that like new people who then, like look for a doctor will have that information and maybe avoid that doctor as well. Like, that would be really helpful. But yeah, just acting out your anger in such a way is not gonna help you. And yeah, it's like, honestly, like, the chance of this backfiring seems kind of high. I think a 2 out of 5 is already pretty decent, considering that you would shit on a porch. But no. I mean, there's a bunch of things though you can do to regulate your emotions about this. I uh I imagine this was probably like pretty recent and is more fresh. Um oh my god. I'm glad, Birdie. So let's hopefully see you either, like, of course, you're also invited to my birthday stream this Thursday. And otherwise for the next mental health talk. But yeah, is this so? There's a thing I need to ask. Um, Chlamydiana. Um, like, so you said it's not a joke. Are you actually feeling that angry that you would like shit on the porch of somebody? Can't stay serious on this. Like, it's really hard to. Yeah, but then it's like a joke, no? Because that's what I mean. Like, it sounds like a joke. Okay. Because you said it's not a joke. Okay. Um, I mean that's good. So is there something we can actually do to help you? Only the last bit was not a joke. Oh. Ah, that she like refused your psychologist's recommendation for a psychiatrist. Yeah. You swapped doctors already? That's good. I hate. Hmm. I need recommendations for whether or not to gather files from previous psychologist programs, and schooling programs if my current doctor refuses to. Do you not have those files? Can you ask for these files yourself? So that even if your doctor refuses to, that you can just give them to your new doctor? Mm. Annoying. Mm. Yeah, I still don't think shitting on a porch would fix that. Sadly. Yeah, no, I understand. Mm. I mean, true. Maybe then your doctor um isn't declining that request anymore. But we're not gonna resort to those um to those things. Um I mean that sucks, honestly. Like that's just so annoying. Like a doctor shouldn't be in your way and apparently that doctor is. Like I honestly think like if there's like sort of like any sort of way how you can like make like an official an official like feedback or whatever on that doctor, like on Google or wherever they have their sort of feedback side or whatever, um then like really do that. Like, I think it's like super important to know for other people, right, when they pick their doctor. Apart from that, like maybe when you switch your doctor, you can tell your new doctor that you had troubles with that doctor, and then you expect them to not give you those files. And then maybe your new doctor can, I don't know, like send them like an email or something and try and fix things, and like help you. Or help you in terms of like how sort of like getting these like files from the previous psychologists and stuff like this, like how that works best. And yeah, apart from that, like in any sort of like psychology program or whatever you are in right now, or you have sort of like a login or whatever, um, you can probably download all files they have on you, or like request via email that they give you everything they have on you. Mm, and then yeah, just give that to the new doctor and never go back to that doctor because what the fuck? Mm. Uh, I'm also a bit autistic. How much? We don't know because a diagnosis would be hard, but where do you live, by the way? Which country, if you want to share? Just to, make a note in my head. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like if the doctor just asked, like, they're probably more inclined to follow. Denmark, don't worry, I won't shit on your porch. I'm not a doctor anyway. So I'm not worried. Mm, but I really thought Denmark would be better in terms of like the health system. Ugh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry I have to go through that. Like, that's such annoying extra work for like no reason at all. Mm, yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry, love. And that's like especially sort of like I don't know if you have that as well, but like I'm very idealistic in terms of like how our healthcare system should work, or like how systems should work generally actually. That's why I'm really bad at working within any systems, because any systems are inefficient and stupid. And I get like easily frustrated by that. So I'm way better like doing it my way. But whenever I have to work like with anything like stupid bureaucracy bullshit, I can get like so annoyed at this because sometimes it's just so beyond stupid. So I don't know if you have that as well, but like if you have that as well, I can absolutely understand why you're livid right now. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. If I think back towards like Germany, elderly healthcare is also really bad. Yeah. I mean, that's really annoying. I'm really sorry. Mm. I would love to chat and be here for more of your rant. But the thing is, I need to like I already opened the like almonds because I need to eat. So we need to finish the stream and then I need to go eat because otherwise I'm gonna be like, mm-hmm. It's like I heard from from Brennan Lee Mulligan. I don't know if you know that. It's like a D&D DM, pretty popular one. That he's always eating like almonds as a snack to like get energy. So I was like, that seems like a really good tip. I'm gonna do that. Exactly. Is that from Lidl? Actually, no. This is actually like usually I always get my stuff like from like either Lidl or like Albert Heijn or Jumbo and stuff like this. This time I was at Aldi. So this is actually like it says like Trader Joe's because like that's the American like Aldi brand. I actually, oh my god, like knowing I was at Aldi, we were sort of like we were at some place, and then on the way home, we went to this Aldi, and it was so shady. It was so shady. Um, so it was essentially like we were in the main street, and there was the Aldi, and then there was no door, and we were like, "Huh? How do you get in?" So then there was a tiny sign saying like entrance on the back. So we went to the back, and there's sort of like there was like a parking lot, and then we were like, yeah, what? Where's the door? And then we see in the corner, hidden in the corner, is a tiny, really shitty, old-looking door. It looked so shady. Like it sort of was like this back corner alley, whatever, and then there's this tiny door, and I seriously, and it's like next to I don't know what this other door is, but do you see this? And you need to imagine this is like you're in this like just a parking lot, and like around are like only sort of the backs of houses, like there's not another entry there. It's like literally, it's like that back alley. Yeah, exactly. It was like we came around the corner, saw this, and was like, we want to go in, like for sure. Hi, hi, hello, hi. Okay. Yes. Ah, I can hear you. Yeah, going on. I'm still streaming. I'm sort of like wrapping up. No. Hello. I, I again can't hear him. Zach took the wrong train. He just called me saying like he's gonna be home like super late because I like he thinks he's on the wrong train, and then I was instantly not able to hear him anymore. But nah. Aldi and Aldi's pads. No. Wait, that is a real store. Yeah, that is a pretty big chain. That belongs to a pretty big chain of stores, actually. So yeah. What I can honestly like, like if you're still using pads, have you tried like period underwear? Like I started using it like a couple years ago, and it's pretty fucking sick. Like I'm never gonna use pads again ever. Like seriously, it's like pads are such a joke in terms of comfort compared to period underwear. Oh no. Yeah, he's in the wrong train. There was like a platform change, but he like stepped into it too early to see the platform change. Um, and he's in a train to really just I don't even know where this is. I literally don't even know where is this. No. Oh, that's pretty far. That's pretty far. That's like the distance between like Rotterdam and Utrecht. That's pretty far. Oh, shoot. Yeah, it's halfway to Belgium. It's literally halfway to Belgium. I'm not even kidding. I've tried, but I'm a bleeder, like level 5 bleeder. I mean, I I like I'm bleeding pretty much as well. Maybe not as much as you do. Like I'm not sure, you know. Um, but the like seriously, like the period 20s I have, like I don't know how they tested them, but for whatever reason, like the slimmest ones never leak. Like not even the slimmest ones. And there's like boxer short style ones, which literally are like from your belly here to like on your other side. It's like pat complete way round. You know, I'm gonna send you a link. Um, don't worry. I like. Do you want to join the Discord? It's like, yeah, like because we have like a girls only channel. So then you can also ask me the detailed questions, you know, about that period underwear, and I'm gonna answer. The train to Kopenhagen. I don't even know if there's a train to Kopenhagen actually. Mm, you said where? Breda? Where's Breda? No, Breda is too far on the left side. So like where he went is more it's Hertogenbosch. You know that? Like it's like Eindhoven, that direction. Yeah. So, all right, party people. But then let's wrap up the stream. We just say then Bosch. Oh, that's easier to say. Yeah. Okay, but let's wrap up. Um. So we're gonna start with belly breathing, and then we're gonna go to stretching, and then we're gonna do all stars. So belly breathing is a classic calm down emotional regulation exercise. You put one hand on your belly, you put one hand on your chest, and you try to like breathe in your belly. So you don't try to move the hand on your chest, but you try to push the hand on your belly sort of like out, you know? And that way, like you breathe like really deep, which is like naturally calming down because sometimes we can sort of like more like just when we breathe normally, we don't breathe like all the way in. We breathe like really shallow, like sort of up here. So doing this and like breathing like all the way down here is sort of like just a natural signal to your body to calm down and that you're safe and that you're relaxed and all of that. Clam you, please. But yeah, Alpha, I'm really not into football, by the way, so I don't have any yeah, any preference there. I don't think I ever had split piece, by the way. So I don't know, Asta. Ronaldo is the code. All right. So let's do that belly breathing. When you breathe out, you try to like hold your lips together a little bit. You give some more resistance so that you breathe out like really slow. And if you want to use this in a situation where you want to calm your anxiety, you can try to just count to 10. So do 10 breaths. But every time you don't remember what number you're on or you got distracted, you just start from 0 again. And that way, only when you're actually calm, you're gonna arrive at 10. So let's do that. Try to feel how your body feels. How does your legs feel? How do your arms feel? How does your chest feel? Try to notice what's going on, what you need, your body needs. Hmm. I think that's really a good tip, Rami. So now stretching. I think the camera quality, by the way, super off. Yeah. I was about to say. So whatever you might have felt just now while breathing, maybe that your legs feel heavy and tired, or your arms feel heavy and tired. Just move in a way which feels good to you. Hey, Jose. We're sadly going offline right now. We're just doing a sort of like last routine. We really had a really shitty week. I'm really sorry. I mean, is there anything we can do here which would help you? But we don't have much time anymore. Otherwise, we need to talk on another stream. Hmm. I mean, let's have some space for Rosin's feelings. Hmm. That must be really scary. Is there anything you can do there? Maybe like go to, I don't know, like get some more legal help or better legal help or more information or something. Hmm. Next 10 years. Okay, Daniel. I don't think that's the space for this. I mean, is there anything we can hmm, I think I guess if we would know more, there could be more we can maybe do or like offer information on. But at the same time, I of course understand if you don't want to say. But I hope you have support in this. Do you have support in this already? Like any like legal support? Or are you trying to sort of like fight this on your own? Hmm. Oh, I see. Hmm. So, how's the legal advice right now? Like, what does your like if you have like anybody who's presenting you, like, what do they say about this? Like, is there something they can do still, or is it already like sort of entirely up to the judge? Hmm. So I guess I just hope it's not gonna be that long. I mean, maybe you can do something to convince the judge that he should give you another chance. You know, that's a bunch of arrests. So how does it come that you have 22 arrests? Mm. And now? Mm. And Janet John is already like full on lawyer mode. I mean, do you understand, Reusin, why they want to put you in prison? And like why sort of like committing these, like why they are crimes essentially? Or like how do you view these? Like, do you regret any of these? Like, would you change anything if you could? I mean, that seems like really self-reflected, I guess. So, I don't know, like, is there hmm, Like, did you know you would end up at this point? Like, were you sort of aware that it could end up like this? Hmm. I mean, would you stop now? Like, if you would get, like, if you wouldn't get that prison sentence, would it change how you're gonna behave in the future? Like, would you adhere to the laws and stuff? And why do you think do you not adhere to the laws? Like, what is behind, like, what is the reason for the burglary and fraud and drug charges? Like, is it just something you like doing? Or is it something where there's like, I don't know, like you're financially insecure and that's why you need to do them? Hmm. So what is the life you actually want? Like, if you don't know you would change, like, is that how you like imagine a good life? That like to steal something here and there, to scam some people here and there, take drugs. Like, is that sort of the like were you living the dream in your eyes? Or because I wonder what what sort of like a compromise would look like, or if there's a possibility for compromise, you know? Because I mean, on one hand, I can understand society, right? Like, I don't want people to steal from me. Like, I don't want like people to scam me, or I don't know, like taking drugs. I guess that doesn't influence me as much. Um, but I can understand why like people on drugs can be like sort of like scary or like unsafe because like they're not really themselves, right? So I wonder what's what a better solution would be. I wonder if there's a way sort of like society can like support you, or like what you would need to not commit such like crimes anymore. Like, is there something which is missing and that's why you commit these crimes? Or is it more of like a thing of I just really like doing them, like and that's why I do it. And then like even then it's sort of like a thing of like, can we offer some other hobbies? Like, is that, you know? Hmm. But I wonder how, like, you said you knew you were going to be a prisoner at some point, but you didn't expect it to be like for everything you did, or like maybe not even that early. But like, I just, it's really interesting to me that you, even though this is sort of like a risk or even like a future you saw coming, you still chose that path. Like I feel like I don't really understand. Hi, Fu. I'm really sorry, but we're like super at the end of the stream. We're only talking to Roisin right now still, and then we're gonna end the stream. So I can only offer you a talk next Monday. Like this Thursday is a stream, but it's gonna be like a birthday stream. But next Monday is gonna be another mental health talk. So if you have time next Monday, then we can talk about everything, and I would love to be there for you. But unfortunately, the streams have to end at some point, right? I just didn't think I was gonna everything I allowed to still be followed as a prisoner. How do you mean you still be allowed to follow? Like I allowed to still be followed as a prisoner? Be banned once I'm in jail. Oh, you mean here on Twitch? Hmm. I don't know. I can't tell you. Yeah, I don't think Twitch is gonna ban you. It's more like are you available to access Twitch? I don't know. I'm gonna ban you if you don't follow the rules here in the chat. It's a bit like with society, right? Like there's certain rules, and if you commit a crime against those, like then there's gonna be a ban. But I don't know. Like so far, you seem pretty like good at. So I don't know. Like I'm not imagining that time is gonna come. Like I don't imagine you to switch your behavior. So I don't think so. Like if you're behaving like right now, like that's entirely fine for me. I actually think your sort of perception is really interesting. Yeah. I think like what the prisons allow like prison allows and not like really depends on the country. And possibly it could be my cousin's locked up and now a few homegirls were also caged. Supposedly could get here once locked. Yes. Can I ask you again why you committed those crimes even though you knew they like, like it might end you up in jail? Because I'm just gonna be really open. Like I'm so scared of breaking the law. Like I was always, oh my god, I'm like I'm not only scared to break the law, like I'm sometimes even like I don't know, like cars honking at me is scary, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like back then, especially like before therapy, like, oh my lord. Like I would adhere to rules nobody has written down. So basically, I felt good at the time. Was a rush at the time. Hmm. So what happens after you committed the crime? So like in the moment of the crime, it's sort of like a rush, adrenaline. It's exciting. What happens after that's gone? Sort of like you're at home now again. The thing you stole is, I don't know, sitting on your couch. Wait, that sounds like it's a person. It's not a person. It's not a person. It's like something. Okay. I was fine until I was eventually caught and go jumpsuit and chained up. Is there like do you know what like how your crimes affected the people around you? Or like the person you stole from, for example? Like is that a thing on your mind? Or is that not really something where like you essentially see your crimes as like a victimless crime? Hmm. Clemmy just walking past a violent brawl, getting getting cuffed. Yikes. Hmm. I mean, are your crimes victimless? Like, if you look back on them now, like, do you think there were people which were like sort of like harmed or, which like suffered because of what you did? Hmm. I see. So I wonder, like, sort of like you seeing this. It's a thing where I just wonder, like, if I were the judge in that court, I would wonder what to do. Because I don't know, like, I see that we're in a society, right? And we sort of need to keep the peace so that everybody feels safe, right? So, how, like, what do you need to take part in this, like, in this society so that the people around you can feel safe? Like, do you need financial stability? Or do you maybe need therapy to not want to, like cope by like doing something exciting and then it's like burglary? So I just wonder how we can find a solution there. So I would put me into custody. Oh, you would put me into custody? I really don't know. Like, I feel like I would really like to find a solution. And I feel like that sort of like that conversation or that sort of train of thought might be useful because I think that's really the situation your judge is going to be in, right? Like, I don't think your judge is like hating you personally, but in a way, that judge has the responsibility to keep society safe, right? Like, if they let you on this out on the street again, and then somebody else is harmed because of your behavior, then like that family, like it's like your judge is gonna have some responsibility in that. or at least is going to feel some responsibility in that. And whoever is harmed from that is going to, like, when they find out, like, that judge, like, let you out again, they're going to be like, what should that be? You know? Like, we knew. Because in the aftermath, we always know, right? So I just wonder if there's like a good, like, what the good solution would be, right? Thank you, thank you. I really like my earrings too. Jesus, that seems really rough, Clammy. Okay. Mm. Bro, like, these jokes are too far. These jokes are too far. I think that's like that's too much. Yeah. So I feel like when we, like, if there's a way how you can, like, if you understand the position the judge is in, right? And you would be able to give him a good solution and be like, hey, like, I understand the situation here. Like, you don't want me to do, like, all of these things anymore because they make society safe and the people feel safe and you want the people to feel safe. I get that. At the same time, like, I need this and this to sort of, like, be able to do that. I wonder if that judge would actually just be like, you know what, let's try. Let's see how we can help you while helping society. What does this mean? What is LAH stuff? Awesome. I see. Hi, party. We're technically already over stream limit, so we're just talking to Roisin still, and then we're gonna wrap up the stream. I hope that's fine. So I feel like at the end of the day, I would phrase it a bit differently than Clammy. At the end of the day, we're society and we try to just make it work, right? Like, this is essentially like, technically, like, some people don't see it that way, I get that. But technically, the idea behind our justice system and our laws and everything like this is that we try to make so many people in one space, like, we try to make it work. We try to make it work in a way where everybody feels safe, everybody is sort of secure, and, like, everybody has as much freedom as possible while it's not taking away freedom from other people. Like, this is essentially the idea, right? So when you tell me um, you have, like, this much arrest for, like, burglary and fraud and stuff like this, um, what I feel is not anger. I'm not angry about that. What I feel is worry, because I'm like, okay, how does, like, why? Like, how does this work? Like, why is this happening? And is there a way how we can fix that? Like, is there a way? Because, like, you're happier if you're, like, not in jail, obviously, right? And if you can, like, enjoy your freedom, while other people are also entitled for their freedom not to be taken away, right? So we sort of need to find a solution where you let other people be and like not like don't steal from them and stuff like this. Um, and you have as much of the freedom as possible. So this is really why I would wonder, like, is there like sort of why is like are these crimes happening? Like, is the reason for them? And can we sort of do something about that? Um, so when you say sort of it's about excitement and you don't really see the victims, but now that you think back, you see the victims. To me, this sounds a bit like impulsivity, which isn't easily controlled. And at the same time, maybe a bit of like addictive behavior, like especially with those like drug charges, sort of like within that, right? So, so I feel like with sort of addictive behavior, what we see a lot of the time is that people who um, are sort of like really, really into addiction, like heavily into addiction, um, they have a big motivation to be into that addiction because addiction is essentially it's a coping style, right? It's a coping style of avoidance. Like that's the thing with addiction. So what are you avoiding? And sort of knowing that, like if it's really just because of this addiction and just because of avoidance, then I think the thing which would help you most would be therapy. Because therapy can help you sort of like deal with that, right? And maybe later on, with like, if you don't have to avoid these feelings anymore and you don't have that much of a motivation to avoid these feelings, that you would actually sacrifice your future, you hopefully don't need to do behaviors like stealing or whatever anymore. But you can instead choose behaviors which are within the bounds of society, right? And hi, Barry. Welcome. You go back to court for sentencing next Friday. I think, I don't know which country you live in. So I don't know how good the prison system is. Um, but if you know already, you're gonna go to prison for sure. USA. Hmm. Okay, that's not quite nice. But so actually, I'm not entirely sure. I still don't know because I live in the Netherlands. But just from what I've heard, it's apparently not that nice. Um, but if there is anything like if you can sort of ask the judge to also give you therapy or sort of like anything like mental health related, um, as well, like I think that would be really good because I mean it's gonna be like I absolutely see you that it's like shitty to go to jail. But at the same time, I think it's shittier to go to jail, get out of jail, and then go into jail again. You know what I mean? Like that's gonna be like at least let's make it one time. Like you know what I mean? Like we fucked up, let's not fuck up twice. So I feel like having this in sort of like the back of your head, um, maybe there's like a way how you can, I guess, like use that time, if that makes sense, to make sure that once you get out, you're gonna like be able to be clean, you know? So if there's some type of mental health thing in that system, if there is like the possibility to get psychological help or to see a therapist in jail, I think you should ask the judge if they can sign you up for this and make sure you get that help. Because you get why you're in jail or why you're going to jail now, but you don't want to go to jail again once you come out. Once you come out, you want to be ready to take part in the society for real and be a part which is not going to be thrown into the jail again, you know? And I think honestly, that's also the goal the judge has, right? Like they just really want to keep you from like breaking the law. So if you tell them this is how they make sure that like you're not going to break the law again after you come out, like technically, just from a theoretical standpoint, they should be willing to help. And I mean, you might even help yourself with those like 10 years thing, with that therapy as well, right? Because maybe with that therapy, like your therapist can actually like give you like a recommendation to get free or something like this. I don't know how that system works. And then you're gonna be able to like handle like I don't know like behave in jail really well, and they're gonna sign you out earlier. Like that might also help, right? And I mean, after all, we don't even know yet how long you're gonna go to jail. So I don't know, maybe if you tell them that, and if you show up and you're like, hey, I completely understand the situation we have here. Like, I do shit which harms people. You're the person who needs to make sure people are not harmed. Like, I see why you put me in jail. Like, I get that, you know? But like, I would really like to like, you know, like not land in jail again because that's actually really fucking scary. So if I could get like a psychologist or something like that, that would be like prime. Like that would be amazing. Like maybe they're gonna see this and gonna be like, you know what? That person actually wants to change. And that person understands what they did wrong. And this is a big thing, right? Like sort of being able to have that self-awareness of like seeing your mistakes is the first step already. Like maybe they're gonna hear this and gonna be like, you know what? You seem like a person where I'm actually quite confident that you can be like a good part in society and like get out of that harmful behavior. And then they just gonna put you in for like 1 year while you have the therapy and then you're instantly out again. So it might still do some good, right? Mm. I mean, you can also share how you understand this whole situation, but you're really scared. And you understand that you should have thought about this sooner, I guess. But it just sort of kept on happening, right? And I feel like, you know, if you, like, if I were to be a judge and I would have a person in front of me which behaves like they did nothing wrong and this is like so bad that they're going to jail, even though I have it like, you know, black on white that they did like so many things wrong and they're not safe for normal society to be around, then I would lock them up longer because I would think like, I don't see them changing. I don't see them taking responsibility and actually changing and taking this responsibility. But if there would be a person coming to me like you come now, you know, and tell me like, like, I understand this is shit for the others. I understand what I did has victims I never thought about. And I understand that you're in a position where, like, even though I don't want to go to jail, I don't really know what the solution could be, because I understand that your priority is making sure that society is safe. And then just being like, I really, like, I don't know, like, I don't want to go to jail. I didn't want to go to jail. And the funny thing is, even though know, like, I knew that I would go to jail, I still did these things. And it's just like, I need help. And I don't know, I think, like, I would for sure help you. Because this is such a big difference to the first person. Because the funny or ironic thing is, right, with mental health, also with, like, just regular mental health, somebody has depression, somebody has anxiety, somebody has suicidal ideations. We can't really help them if they do not want help. If they want help, we can do the world for them, depending on the country where you live. But we can't do anything for a person who, first, doesn't see the problem, or second, just doesn't want to change. Because in the end, they need to change themselves, right? It's not a thing we can do for them. So when you show that you need help, and we only need to give you that help, and then, like, you're gonna be like a super part of society, maybe someday watch over some kids or some shit, like, this is something we can do. And this is so much less expensive than keeping you in jail or something. So this is favorably to society. Like, helping you is better for society than locking you up. So you just need to ask for help. So, good luck. And, well, see you next time. I'm interested to hear how that works out. You're definitely the first person I talked to something like this about. I thought it was really, really interesting, by the way. And I really appreciated your honesty and openness. Hi, Pokemon. Is what you need to get off your chest, is it really quick? Because technically we're going offline since over an hour. So I would really need to eat. Oof, trimming. Jeez. You're welcome, Rosen. Hoof trimming help for bulls? Oh, shoot. I thought hoof trimming for horses, bro. You're good now? Well, I don't know if we did anything for you, but I'm glad that you're good. Anyways. Jesus. So, party people. Sorry. So, okay. Who do you want to go to? Do you want to go to ducks, wolves, or bunnies? It's your choice. Someone with big dick energy. So. Hmm. Is that ducks or bunnies or wolves? These are animal streams, not hockey teams. Yeah. But true, it could be hockey teams. Wolves? Okay. Because yeah, like Jim is not online and nobody know yet. Anyways. So so party people. We already like did we wait, no, we didn't do all stars. Let's do all stars. So what was your favorite moment of the stream today? It can be either of yourself or somebody else or whatever. But what was your favorite moment? Your face? I need to be scared in 10 years when I get wrinkly. That was this is... Can we take this serious? By the way, where's this like music coming from? Didn't I not like put like a playlist on or something? Apparently not. Yeah, it's quite loud actually. That's what I'm like, I don't know, like usually my music isn't so loud. We're in peaceful rhythms, by the way. And welcome, Big Chungus. For the shit. Oh my god. I actually also really enjoyed the talk with Rosine. I thought it was super, super interesting. Like, so just from sort of like a selfish perspective, I just really thought it's super, super interesting to get the perspective of somebody who's facing prison. And I think it was so nice to see that even though that person might be like actually aware of sort of like that this would come at some point, that in the moment it's still really scary, and in that moment we're just a human who wants to be free, right? I really enjoyed Grumpy being first. I thought it was, by the way, absolutely insane today how many people followed. I don't know if you noticed, but in today's stream, I think we had a record number of followers. Like, I don't even, like, is there a way how I can help or something? Can I, today or whatever? Uh, yeah, we had like 28 followers today, like new followers. Where it's like, that's insane. That's insane. That's like, you know, I'm essentially famous. Like this is, you know, like nobody can take this away from me. I'm famous. Oh, that's so cool, Big Chungus. Yeah, okay, let's stretch again. Oh.
What up? What up? What up?
This makes no sense. Sometimes a random tap just starts doing something. Like, no. Anyways. I relate. At this point, it's getting too suspicious. For sure, you should do some DNA tests, guys. So, for anybody who wants to watch like today's VOD, maybe to like rewatch something or whatever, or some other VODs about some other topics we had, to see if there's something useful which is going to help you, head over to my YouTube channel because I upload all of the VODs, including the like numbers which sort of stream that was, so you can like easily find the one you're looking for. And then I'm always putting the like most talked about subjects, I guess, or like I try to at least, in the title. So you can find what is, you know, what is useful to you. Or you can find my Minecraft tutorials because that was actually so funny as well. Like, do you remember the person who was like, I saw your prominence Minecraft tutorial and that's why I'm here. Like this is peak. Like I got a follower today because of like for my mental health stream because I made a prominence a Minecraft tutorial. Like this is really cool. I think that's really funny. Um anyways, if anybody wants to buy something from my store, head over to my store. I have like mental health, activism, pride merch, and D&D assets, digital assets, stream assets, bunch of different things. I'm just a creative person. All of the stuff I do is there. And then I'm sending the link of my Discord again because that's really the most important thing. So with that, ooh, I have another really cool link. You can find it on my in my store. It's like in the upper tabs. It's called like free resources. I have a Google sheet where like super many free resources of the internet are listed in categories. So if you're looking for like really anything from like a good recipe to book recommendations to how to fix your washing machine or dryer to see like the stars constellations accurately online, or like any good like studies or like places where you can like educate yourself for free. Like really, it's just anything. It's like any good resource I found online is in that resource list. So just if you're interested in any of that, that's there. Hi, Safi. You're new to the club. I'm sadly going offline. I'm sorry. Sorry, love. I've been online since like 6.5 hours now, and I'm starving. Yeah, we're trying to go offline since like 1.5 hours, but the talk was too interesting. Yeah. So welcome and bye, I guess. And hi, Jenny. Welcome. How are you doing? I was just looking for somebody like to rate somebody, but you're not online. You're like going online like now or no? You're working? Oh, such a drag. Hiya. I go. Sad. You're looking over lunch. I sadly gotta go. But I'm gonna rate you over to the Wolf Conservation Center. I don't know if you heard of it. It's amazing. Uh, it's like, but you can't like already see like. Oh yeah, you see a wolf. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, one of them is running around. Well, I'm from Sissy. I'm in the Netherlands. Like I'm living in the Netherlands, and I was born in Germany. Yeah. Where are you from? And hi, Tainted Wisdom. Welcome, welcome. I'm sadly going offline, friend. And also remember, everybody, it's gonna be my. Oh, I still wanted to ask you something. Um. So my birthday stream is gonna be like this Thursday, right? So like I'm gonna come online on like at 12, and then like we're just gonna bake a bunch of cakes and stuff. I wanted to ask you all if there's any like if you want any sort of like streamer birthday special stuff. You know what I mean? Like there's like I don't know, like streamers always do like the most crazy things on their birthday sometimes. Like sort of like sub goals and stuff like this. So is that a thing we're sort of like interested in or no? Because I didn't really plan doing that. I just planned on like baking and that's it. But like if you would be interested in something like that, like now is the chance to tell me because now I can still make that happen. Like some people also do this thing with like the balloons and stuff. Yeah. Favorite part was where you said without emotions you're not really living. I'm sorry, love. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm still up. I'm trying to go offline desperately, Lavanda. I'm not succeeding. You're from India? Oh, I see. This is the only line in Dutch you know? This is actually like this fits Dutch people really well. They're party animals. If it's not planned, just swing it. Like that's the thing. Like I just wouldn't do that. So like I don't have like any like some goals or like donation goals or anything planned. So that's the thing. Like if you all would be interested in that because you're like like that would be fun, then I can think of some. And if you have like a goal which you would be interested in, then I can consider like if I'm gonna put that in. But if you all are also like I don't know, then we can also or like maybe even like I don't really like that. even, then we can also just not do that. I'm eating almonds right now to make up for not having eaten since 6.5 hours. Okay. So I see that there's no major opinion in the stream about that. So then I'm just not gonna do that, I think. Maybe I will. I don't know. Like we're gonna whatever. I'm just gonna think about it. Maybe I have some ideas, but probably not. Oh, no, I don't. No, I do see a wolf. Okay, now we're gonna go raid. Do you see the wolf as well? Then I have to put the pie I just baked in my face. Are you insane? No. Like, what? Like that's gonna be like so expensive you can't afford. Like I'm gonna be honest. I don't even need to make this a goal. This is out of your pay grade. Yeah. So shame. I see. Hmm. Cover a bit of your face, a bit of cake. Oh, the wolf is so fluffy. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So I will think about that. I I'm not really like the thing is like I would not be as adverse to that idea. But the thing is, we have like a lot of cakes to do, like seriously a lot, because of the birthday party, right? So it's like just making one more is not really an option. And at the same time, um, I don't want to like waste any food or anything. So people still need to eat that. So if I'm gonna ask Zach to eat an entire pie till my birthday, he's not gonna eat anything on my birthday anymore, probably. And we're probably already gonna have like so much food left over then from my birthday we then need to eat, including like pies. So it's just a thing where I feel like if I do that, it's like a pie is wasted. So yeah. And I also can't give that pie to neighbors then, right? Because yeah. Like I can only do like this like Belle Delphine thing of like buy the pie I smeared my face with. And I don't know if that's the type of money I want to make. Also, like imagine anybody of you would buy that. Do you know how long it takes to deliver? Like that pie is gonna be like moldy AF until it arrives. Like this is not even like is this even an option? I don't think so. Just food poison your neighbors? Jesus. Okay, we're getting out of hand here. I should have never asked mentally unstable people for recommendations. Ay, ay, ay. All right. I appreciate your jokes. I'm not gonna call them ideas. But I appreciate the jokes. We provide perfectly spiced ideas. I mean, you know what? Maybe if I would do that, like I would go viral and be like famous. Who knows? Like maybe you're really good marketing advisors. And I just don't believe you, and that's why I'm not gonna get famous, because I'm just too boring and normal. Maybe that's the thing I need. Just like, like a clip where I put like cake in my phone. Honestly, though, selling the cake afterwards is the only thing which I think is low-key funny about this. But I don't want to be judged for doing this. It'll sell double for what the bot wants it goes for. All right. So party people. I'm gonna raid you over to the Wolf Conservation Center. It's really, really cute. They have a bunch of wolves and they just have a camera set up, and some of the wolves are actually active. So you can see some of them. The one I can recommend trying to see the one in the top right. That one's sometimes really close to the camera and looks really, really fluffy, okay? Um, and then for the rest, I can only recommend to appreciate how bad you can actually see them in front of like the gray forest, because it's actually quite insane how good they blend in. Like I never sort of like saw wolves as like, oh, like they're like so, so hidden. But yeah, that they actually are. So sorry for keeping you. Have a good night. It's like you guys don't have to be sorry. I'm just I'm doing this to myself. This is like self-inflicted, okay? But at the same time, it was so, so interesting. Want to buy a puppy from the wolves? An alibi. What? You need to text me about this on Discord, Asta. I don't understand it yet, and also the raid time is timing out. So like the stream is gonna like stop every moment. So tell me what you mean.